March 3rd, 2025. We welcome you to the March 3rd meeting of the Milford Board of Aldermen. Please join me as we salute our flag. Madam Secretary, will you please take the roll?
Alderman Archiola.
Present.
Alderman Beatty.
Present.
Alderman Bevan.
Here.
Alderman Casey.
Here.
Alderman Federico.
Here.
Alderman Fowler.
Here.
Alderman Healy.
Here.
Alderman Jenkins.
Here.
Alderman Marlowe.
Here.
Alderman Mulrennan.
Here.
Alderman Pacelli.
Here.
Alderman Smith.
Here.
Alderman Vitro.
Here.
Alderman Vitale. Alderman Willis.
Here.
All are present.
We have 15 present. We do have a quorum. Mr. Mayor, we have a presentation from our mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Welcome to City Hall. This is a celebration. This is what makes me excited about being mayor, when the community comes together to celebrate, to honor our Class M Foreign High Wrestling Team champions. Big round of applause. This is actually, under Coach Esposito and Coach Noel Luth, their third state championship. This is a milestone for our community, and I'm so proud to present to the coaches, the team, before the parents, all the citizens of Milford. We're so proud of what you've done and what you've accomplished. Wrestling's a very, very tough sport. It's an individual sport, but you win as a team as well. And that's what we're here to celebrate. These are our champions. The Joseph A. Foreign High School wrestling team is the 2025 Class M state champion. The wrestling team's season was 31-5. Before winning the Class M state championship with a score of 203.5 points, the team was Connecticut Class MS state dual meet champions and Southern Connecticut Conference division champions. That's incredible. There were 9 team members who placed in their individual weight classes at the Class M championship. 9. That's also very impressive. Very impressive. You're gonna like this one. Tony placed first. Where's Tony? Congratulations, Tony. Zachary placed second. Big round of applause for Zachary. Bennett, Rowan, and Jagger placed third. Sawyer and Tyquell placed fourth. Thomas placed fifth. And Shane placed sixth. All right. The wrestlers, coaches, students, parents, and supporters have all come together in making a truly successful season and team. Team captains, Tony, Jagger, and Bennett. Team members, Lorenzo, Patrick, Sophia, Chase, Cameron, Braden, Colton, Luke, Justin, Ryan, Emily, Austin, David, Jason, Rowan, Tyrone, Yodi, James, Jack, Alexander, Alan, DeClan, Catherine, Charles, Keegan, Con, Robert, Anaya, Daniel, Beckett, Landon, Ava, Zachary, Gavin, Tyquel, Zachary, Thomas, Sawyer, Serafino, Lily, Shane, Oscar, Joseph, Ethan, Nicholas, Adrian, Haley, Hunter, and Constantino, together, all together, I just got to say, wow. All together with Coach, my friend, a great person, a great leader in this community, Dr. Dave Esposito. And Coach is Noel Luth, my friend Noel Luth. I actually attended foreign high school with David and Noel. They were ahead of me and much smarter. Great people. And assistant coach Thomas. Where's Thomas? Rashad. Thomas! Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for all that you do. Put together a winning combination through hard work, long hours of practice, endurance. These wrestlers train. They commit themselves to the season. It's their life. And hours with mutual support and commitment to each other. Whereas recognition and celebration of the Joseph A. Foreign High School wrestling team serves to bring our community together as we honor them a phenomenal season. Now therefore, I, Anthony S. Ginnatasio, Mayor of the City of Milford, Connecticut, by the virtue, authority vested in me, and on behalf of all the citizens of Milford, do hereby proclaim today, Monday, March 3rd, 2025, as Joseph A. Foreign High School Team Wrestling Day. All right. And our Milford Police Department was nice enough to give these boys, this team, and these girls a police escort after they won the championship. They met them off the highway coming in from North Haven, I believe, in Milford, and brought them to Carvel. That's another long-standing tradition we have here in Milford. And we extend our congratulations, our pride in their accomplishments, and our appreciation for their good sportsmanship. Congratulations. At this time, it would be my honor if the team would please stand behind me. I'd like to present each individual with the personal proclamation. Please come on up. So this is truly amazing. I think the wrestling team is bigger than the football team. Come on in, guys and ladies. Here we go. You want to do?
Yeah, or I can hand them out later.
All right.
Take up your time. We'll just take a picture.
So we're going to take a picture at this time. So please, parents, come forward. It's picture time. Thank you so much. One more big round of applause to our Class M Foreign High Wrestling team. Congratulations, boys and girls, coaches, parents. Enjoy the moment. You see the plaque? Raise it high. There we go. We're very proud, very proud. We got to win another one now. Keep up the hard work. Thank you, everyone. Pleasure. You guys deserve it. You worked hard, you practiced. Nice job. Nice job. Nice job. Nice job. Pleasure.
The next portion of the meeting is devoted to public comment. Statements are strictly limited to the legislative function of the Board of Aldermen. Please use every effort to limit public speaking to the permissible business of this Board of Aldermen. The time limit granted to each speaker shall be 3 minutes. Residents, taxpayers, and electors may address the board at this time. The board encourages speakers not to express derogatory, insensitive, or offensive statements, or to engage in personal attacks against individuals. In order to allow everyone an opportunity to speak, I'd ask that everyone please limit their comments to 3 minutes. Please keep in mind that the structure of our meeting does not allow for two-way dialogue or to answer any of your questions. Residents can contact their district alderman by phone or by email regarding any issue or concern for the purpose of obtaining general information or guidance on what city agency may be of any assistance. We welcome and appreciate your comments and opinions regarding city business and community matters. All your concerns will be taken into consideration. We thank you for your cooperation. So anybody wishing to address the board can do so at this time. Please state your name and address clearly for the record.
Good evening. My name is Mark Lofthouse. I live at 56 Wheelbar Avenue in Milford, Connecticut. A couple of things. You remember I was here about 2 months ago talking about the cannon that needed restoration. If you haven't noticed, it's restored. Phil, they told me to see you for money for $13,486.22. We'll get rid of the 22 cents. I'm just kidding. I wanted to hand to you the photographs of this, and I wanted to call out specifically Chris Saley from the Public Works Department, who he and his team restored that entire cannon. I was so tickled pink, and I'm tingling right now how excited I am that this was done by our staff. Notably, the carpenters on staff who deserve attention. If you can give them a check, Mayor, that'd be great. David DeToro and Anthony Ardito did a fine job. If you haven't seen it yet, I encourage you to go down and take a look. It's quite beautiful. So if you take a minute, hand this to you. A couple other housekeeping notes for me. The Fowler Field project money you're going to be accepting or considering accepting this evening. I've been up here before and I've spoken about the vision that was reviewed and voted on was a good vision. However, the implementation in the roadway, I cannot tell you, my 8 years on the zoning board, the second I looked at that, I said, what? That's a disaster waiting to happen. That road cuts right through a playground and baseball fields. It should be definitely reconsidered. I have thoughts myself. I won't share them tonight, but if you like, I'd be happy to sit down. I have a lot of experience with this. Phil, you do too in the zoning board for many years. The other point I wanted to make, I'm now on the Historic Commission, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I wanted to bring up, and we see often the old homes in town have a tremendous pressure, save this house, save that house. They're all downtown. That's where the historic part of Milford is. The pressure comes from the development of apartment buildings, and we see these old homes, for example, Peter Pruden's home, the mayor, the first minister at the church over here, his home was going to be torn down or considered torn down to make room for a little sideways condominium that went deep into the lot. This stuff has to be considered by this board and the board of the Planning and Zoning Board to really fight this stuff with the state, especially when it comes down to using that state law, H-30G. It seems to be a steamroller, but I think this city needs to go to battle and do with our city attorneys and go to the courts and say, listen, we get the 8-30G, we get we're going to lose in court every time, but this 8-30G is destroying our history in this town. We're going to have a bunch of wonderful condominiums and apartment buildings 100 years from now that we're going to look back and say, look at the old condominium. So please, I ask your support from a legal standpoint at this level to fight this tooth and nail. There are homes on the docket right now over on West Main Street that need to be championed. So that's all I have to say, and good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Megan Doyle. I live at 112 West Town Street. First, I want to say congratulations to the foreign wrestling team. It's always great to see the opportunities that are provided for Milford, and that's what I think about when I think of Milford, are the opportunities that are given to our students and as well as our community. As a proud aunt of 5 nieces and nephews, I spend many, many hours at that Fowler field, at Jonathan Law softball field, and I'm intimately connected to the softball and baseball fields and teams in here. And so I stand here strongly supporting the Alderman's adoption of the resolution of State of Connecticut Urban Act for the roadway and parking at Willix Park and Founders Walk project. I believe that we have to take this money. It's $3.5 million, and that area needs to have improvement. And where does that come from? If we don't receive it, it comes from the Milford taxpayer base. We pay our state taxes, so that money should come to Milford. We should be taking every single opportunity for state funding that we can take to improve the quality of life in Milford. The options in regards to the location of the road and things like that can be addressed at the next meeting, which is the zoning commission. It does not need to be addressed. We can't even accept the money or even start the process without accepting it. So I strongly urge you to accept the money, approve it, and continue the process along. There are always the opportunity for changes in the future to hear the concerns of the residents, and I strongly support moving that forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Vitro and members of the board. My name is Julie Nash. My address is 224 Woodruff Road in Milford. I am a mother of a gamer. I am a lifelong Milford resident, and I am here to speak in support of the funding for the Esports initiative. I have been working on this for quite a long time with Dr. Kutaya. I think this could actually be a case study in economic development. A few years ago, I saw Mark, who invested in the Milford community with his esports programming affinity, and he has been supportive of initiating this program in the city since we met. I called Dr. Kutaya and I said, we have this amazing, burgeoning company that's moving to Milford. We have this amazing, burgeoning technical education opportunity here called Esports that we need to be a leader on in Milford. And we have an opportunity to do that now. And I think it's our job and our responsibility to make sure you understand what you're voting for. And I'm glad to say that tonight there's a contingency here who will educate you in what this means. But from my standpoint, what it means is being a mother of a gamer is they have a place. They have a place like the football team. They have school colors. They have events and games to go to. One of the most touching things I saw when I brought Mark with me to Milford, Jonathan Law, and the foreign high school is we had a presentation in Esports, which Mark led. This was not a mandatory presentation, but you know what? The rooms were packed. And not only was it packed with gamers, it was packed with football players, lacrosse players. And the coolest thing is that these kids who normally don't get a minute, right? Because they're not in the football team, they got a minute. And for that 5, 10, 15 minutes that they were able to see a celebrity to them like Mark, it was such a touching moment. It was ability to get these kids together where the captain of the football team was sitting next to the captain of the esports team talking strategy, which you don't get to see all the time. So I'm incredibly passionate about this from a personal level, but I'm also incredibly passionate about this from a workforce development level as well. We have to be on the forefront in Milford to make sure that our children are going to have the technical education that they need to succeed. Every student, whether you want to be in tech ed or not, should have a technical education. They're not just playing sports and esports, they're learning how software engineering, technical assistance. These kids are going to be computer scientists, and we're here to support that. We have, again, the opportunity to be a leader in this, and I thank Dr. Kutaya for having the foresight to bring this to you, and I hope you understand the gravity of what this means for our students and vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, and good evening, everybody. As Julie just told you, my name is Mark Kilpatrick, and I'm the co-founder, one of two. My wife and I co-founded Affinity Esports in 2021. And since that time, we've grown to have 2 studios across Connecticut. We have one here in Milford, and we're very blessed to be here, and we have one in Newtown, Connecticut. which was our flagship location, along with 24 mobile units that span across the state and support communities far and wide. Our Milford studio is located on 125 Old Gate Lane, right across from Pop's Diner, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Our focus is on 3 core competencies: competitive gameplay, content creation, and game creation and coding, filling a critical white space that schools and communities must recognize, provide access to, and develop awareness around. Esports is not just about playing video games. It is about developing essential skills that prepare students for both academics and future careers. Through structured programs, students build critical thinking, digital literacy, emotional regulation, problem solving, and resiliency, also known as grit. These are some of the skills that traditional extracurricular activities aim to instill. Yet esports meets students in a space where they are already highly engaged, as many of you probably already know. Despite its value, many schools are leaving students unprepared by dismissing their passion for gaming as something as unproductive or without value. To the contrary, esports is uniquely inclusive, providing a competitive and social space for students who are often marginalized, including those with disabilities, those on the autism spectrum, female gamers, and many others who struggle to find belonging in traditional activities. When schools fail to deliver, When schools fail to offer structured programs that meet students where they are, they risk leaving them behind. In 2017, Connecticut was the first state to sanction esports at the state level through the CIAC, thanks to Dr. Clint Kennedy and a group of students in the Groton School District. Over the last 8 years, esports has become table stakes in an effort to connect students at the intersection of their interests in a booming $3 billion esports industry. That industry is fueled by a $200 billion gaming industry. We have an obligation to understand and support this space, not by blindly allowing kids to be on screens, but guiding them and teaching them responsibility and fostering a balanced and structured approach to a safe and digital environment. Without this, students will navigate it on their own, whether we like it or not, often without the guidance they need and want. Like any traditional activity, it takes time for society to catch up, but right now, schools without an esports program are already behind. This is an opportunity for Milford to reset and become a leader in the space. The risks are low and the benefits are great. As a business owner here, I recognize that expanding scholastic esports programs in the Milford Public Schools could create a short-term challenge for us. But this is bigger than any one program, and I hope that schools can adopt esports without hesitation, ensuring that all kids have the access to this vital opportunity to grow, learn, and develop the skills they need to succeed in today's world. I'm honored to be here today to discuss this topic with you as a former collegiate athlete, amateur esports competitor, entrepreneur, father, and husband with a stake in this community. I cannot express to you enough how critical it is to recognize this and support esports as a valuable educational and community building tool. I know you've heard from me, but I hope we can take one extra minute to hear from my director, Matthew Turner.
Good evening. Thank you to the board. My name is Matthew Turner, and I'm here to contribute as a director on the board of Affinity Esports. I'm also the parent of an active teenage gamer, and I've been an avid gamer myself my whole life. I grew up gaming, starting from the days of the Atari 2600, for some of you who might remember that, 4-bit graphics all the way back. Those early games were really simple, rudimentary, one-player affairs, but they were great fun. You know, Centipede, Asteroids, Pac-Man, you name it, I played them all. As I matured, so did the technology in the games. While those early games were excellent at fostering competition and improving hand-eye coordination and reflexes, gradually they became more and more immersive, many with rich storylines and virtual worlds to discover and explore online with friends. With that immersion and broader social experience came a whole host of new benefits: teamwork and collaboration, social connectivity, problem-solving skills, decision-making and adaptability, and many, many others. Those benefits have tangible value in the real world and help to boost confidence, perseverance, and resilience. I've seen that impact in myself over the years, and now I'm seeing it in my son and many of the other kids who come to the Affinity Esports studios. The esports proposal that has been presented represents a fantastic opportunity for Milford to invest in its high school students and provide them with those exact same benefits. And crucially, it could do so for all students, including those that may not otherwise have access to the platforms, the coaching, and community that these facilities will help to support. So I'm very, very, very supportive of the initiative, and I hope that you are too. Thank you very much.
Sir, you want to give the secretary your address, please?
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. What, just now? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Evening. My name is Charles Montalbano. I live at 30 Revere Place. I speak in support of the reconstruction of the road behind our library. In addition to the obvious aesthetic enhancement the new road will bring to the area, another benefit will be a drive-through book return. No longer will one have to park the car and walk across the road, child in tow, or park illegally at the curb near the building, and make your way sometimes in the rain or cold, books in hand, and drop them in the slot. It will be a wonderful convenience as well as a safer alternative. The new road will also create a safer parking lot for the library and for people who use the pavilion or want to cross the Hotchkiss Bridge. Safer because it will just be a parking lot without a road running through it. It may even encourage more people to use the library. I understand and empathize with those who use the ball fields. We are blessed in Milford to have so many people willing to donate their time and money to our youth. It is impressive to see how many people have come out to express their concerns for the safety of the athletes and spectators. And while did not expect them to be here tonight, I am also sure that most people agree that we have one of the best police departments in the state. They are professional, thorough, and completely dedicated to making every aspect of our city as safe as possible. And after a lengthy review, our police department has deemed this new road to be safe. I trust them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Sibulis, and I live at 133 Carriage Path South. I'm here to speak in support of the esports initiatives. I've worked for the district doing IT since 2008. I've been helping out with the esports teams, mainly making sure technical aspects are working properly. I want to talk to you today, though, not from myself as having to do with the esports program, or really even as an employee of the Milford Public Schools. I want to talk to you about my own experiences with computer and video games at a young age, and how it introduced me to something that would become my lifelong passion and livelihood. When I was in elementary school, my parents purchased our first computer. Thank you, Mom and Dad. It was a 50 megahertz Packard Bell with a 486 processor. If you don't know what that means, don't worry. Just know that your phone is like thousands of times more powerful right now. I was interested in computers, but it was the gaming aspect that really pulled me in. I learned all of my base IT skills, not through formal education or training, but through trying to figure out how to run the games I wanted to play, how to troubleshoot them, optimize them, modify them, create my own, and upgrade computer components. As I got older, this continued through middle school and high school. Thankfully, I was able to get some upgraded components and computers as I got older, but they were a little more powerful, still much weaker than a modern smartphone. I started playing online games over a modem connection, and I made many friends with whom I would play with online. I joined teams and began to compete in the very early stages of what would become the esports scene. Back then, there were only a few big professional names, with Jonathan Wendell probably being the most famous. My friends and I would love to watch clips of Jonathan doing things we could never imagine. We inspired to be like Jonathan. In addition to playing online, I would go to the local arcades like Milford Amusement Center, Time Out here in Milford, great old spots, right? It was in these arcades that I met the friends that I still have to this day. We bonded over our shared passion and strived to become better players together. We'd watch online clips in awe as players from Japan, such as Daigo Umehara, would dominate every Street Fighter game he played, We've got to hang out with some of the players that would eventually become the best in the world, such as Justin Wong, by visiting Chinatown Fair in New York City. Throughout my life, competitive video gaming or esports has been my primary social mechanism. I've made lifelong friends in the different eras of esports. I've made a friend in England that I traveled to meet and then traveled the world together doing, you guessed it, playing esports. I remember going to Japan and playing a game in an arcade against Japanese players and experiencing the feeling that we could instantly relate to each other due to our shared skill sets. Playing esports and the spirit of competition is the same the world over. More recently, I've made friends in the Boston area and the surrounding areas through esports that I visit very often. I compete with them in esports tournaments, then crash at their apartment after. When they come to Connecticut for tournaments, I do the same thing. Esports is where I've made my friends. Esports is the reason I travel. Esports is the reason I have technology skills and a career. Esports has done so much for me in a similar way that I think a traditional sports player would say the sport has enriched his or her life, but perhaps even more so. My story is not unique though. There are many others of multiple generations who have had similar experiences in a similar enriched life that revolves around esports. Needless to say, when I was younger, there were no organized school-based officially sanctioned esports teams like there are now. It's like a dream come true to see this happen. These arenas are the next step. I've already received thank you messages from parents aware of my involvement saying that their child playing on the esports team, that they bought computer parts and started learning the game. We have a chance to do something very special and consequential here in Milford. We have the opportunity to become an esports hub. The difference from the time when I was a child and now is that there are entire industries, billions of dollars, multiple careers far beyond just that of the player, scholarships, and I'm sure so much more that Dr. Kataya will speak to. Esports arenas will allow our children to have incredible opportunities and truly a leg up in this increasingly competitive and difficult job market. There are, of course, competitive applications to the arenas, but there are also many educational and potentially revenue-generating activities as well. In closing, I wanted to say that this is very much a now thing. Like I said, fast forward to today, and there are many huge esports teams and lots of professional players who are household names to gamers. These professional gamers aren't even the main story, though. It's everything around them in the careers and industries that they've created. Today, you don't need to be a famous esports player to make a living off of esports, not to mention the socialization and many benefits of being involved in esports in general. The growth of esports is happening at an insanely fast pace, and now is the time to set our children up for success with the next step of our esports journey, which is esports arenas. Thank you for your time and listening and consideration.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Louis Jancola, and I live at 34 Pearl Hill Street. As many of you know, I work at the Milford Public Schools, and I have been in the IT department for 25 years. But I'm not speaking to you today about my role at the Milford Public Schools or working with that. I want to explain a little bit about what an opportunity we have in Milford to create an esports arena, and tell you a little bit how video games got me to where I am now. I was fortunate enough for someone in my generation, Gen X, to have a computer ever since I was really, really small. And I used to play a game called King's Quest, if any of you ever played those games. But back, that got me interested in computers and IT. But it wasn't really until the early 90s when I was in high school that I really piqued my interest. You could find me hiding somewhere in the electronics shop. Yeah, I went to Platt Tech, not Milford Public Schools, but playing Nintendo Game Boy and probably getting in trouble for it. I thought that this was interesting to me, and with being in electronics, I thought, hey, computer hardware, that'd be great, computer engineering, which was my original major. Fast forward a little bit to when I was in college, we would eventually play video game nights on what they called LAN parties, so that's a local area network. We'd drag our big computers down, because this was before laptops were invented, or they were really expensive. So we dragged our computers, monitors, big monitors down, and we would play in dorm rooms or at the, if we can find a common area on campus to play. And we'd plug into the network and just play games. And then I was like, well, maybe I want to change my major and not do this as computer hardware. I want to write these games. I want to make this stuff the next best thing. So we went about and we played, and I ended up switching my major to computer science from computer engineering. So that got me the job where I am now, because that was in the IT department. But let's think about how this arena and program could get someone like myself attending high school interest in one of the IT fields, which is much bigger now than when I was in school. There was no such thing as an esports, game or, event. I just had to go and play with my friends, but that happened to be one of the first things. But for me, not only learning about the careers in gaming and how I got there, the technology introduced me to the love on a team sport. I tried out for the wrestling team in high school, but that really wasn't for me. And later in life, in other sports, I'm not quite tall enough to play basketball. I'm not quite fast enough to get out there on the track team, although I do run now. So later in life, now I'm running, I'm on a team, and that has brought me that. I wish I had that when I was in high school. There was nothing really for me in high school to do as a team sport. And the fact that it's a CIAC-sponsored sport is fantastic. I would have been able to earn a varsity letter, been involved in the school a little bit more, and maybe even got a scholarship that are available nowadays. Well, I can go on and on about the gaming industry and the opportunity someone like me got from video games. But I just want to hope that you support this arena and appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is April Winkowski. I'm actually a Milford resident over at 15 Quirk Road, and I'm here to talk to you about esports. I am fully supporting the esports, and I'd just like to take a moment to share how esports in the Milford community has truly helped my son grow in ways that I've never imagined. Just like everybody during COVID, we tried to find new ways and creative ways for our son to be able to interact with friends. Cue Minecraft. That was our new and improved way of talking with friends, playing with friends. Didn't know it was going to ignite a very big passion of his. I'm a big sports player myself, grew up playing sports in high school. I wasn't Milford, I was Stratford, but I'm very passionate. In my role as a director in early childhood education, I am very passionate about my team of teachers coming from a world where they are involved in a group setting, where they are learning to talk with, to communicate, to lead, to direct, and to be passionate about something. So seeing my son get involved in this, like many parents, it took me a moment to get used to everything. Aiden has grown in ways that I just could never have imagined. Just like traditional sports, Aiden's involvement in esports has sharpened his leadership skills. I've watched him step up to organize practice game times, communicate with team strategies, and to support his teammates when challenges arise. He's learned how to coordinate with others, bridging gaps in communication to ensure everyone is working together towards a shared goal. After his first match, I very supportively watched online and listened to his coach talk about how his communication was right there, how his support to his teammate was right there, how he was all over the map and acting quickly and appropriately. And I said, there was more to esports than sitting in front of a screen and playing video games. He was learning something. Beyond leadership, his self-confidence has completely soared. At first, he was hesitant to step outside of his comfort zone. The support of esports environment and the team spirit have given him the courage to speak up and believe in his own abilities. Most importantly, though, he's developed real friendships. Now that we are back in a world where they're together, I can't express enough how grateful I am that we have affinity sports in Milford. He tells me all the time, you could just drop me and leave me there. He's just so happy. He's with people that understand him, that speak the language that he speaks, and you can just see he's in his element. And for me, that was being dropped off at a basketball court. So I get that feeling of being, I'm good just leaving here. The bonds that they've forged remind me of the companionship that I found in traditional sports and providing the right mindset and community support so that esports can just be as enriching and as rewarding. But beyond the teamwork and beyond getting new friends, I've also seen now he's ignited in learning a little bit more. Well, how did they create that? Well, what did they do to do this? How do they do that? Did you know that they can do this? Which is now also open gates with, did you know that you can go to college for this? And there's nothing that a parent wants more than to be able to support a passion that can grow into a great career, whether it be through IT, or maybe he's developing the next great game, hopefully in his world. So I am fully supporting of the esports in the Milford Public Schools. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bill Silver at 55 Governor's Avenue. Here to talk about Founders Walk, and certainly it's to emphasize that roadway and actually much of the master plan has been on the boards since 2018. This was even before 2022, before the grant was suggested at the time, and so therefore that road has always been in that particular location, which is a natural continuation of the road coming down from New Haven Avenue. We've got a trusted building committee that's been working on it since 2022. Those are the experts, the ones that have dove deep into the project to understand all the various needs, to set up the program, and to have the community meetings to gather the support, or should I say the feedback, on the various needs for the property and the improvements. Without belaboring it, because I know you're going to hear it later on, you've heard much of the negatives, but the positives on this property of reworking those parking lots, which are right now a continuation of the road to Shipyard Lane. We have to, if we're at the library, we have to hazard across the roadway to get to parking areas, and this reconfigures all of the parking lots off of the roadway. It is a good, solid design solution. We have a wider river walk now with this solution where more public can get in adjacent to the river, and obviously it's an extension of Fowler Pavilion so that it could be larger activities, safer, and not burdened by a roadway that, if we don't do anything, stays there against the harbor. We're upsizing the storm drainage. It's too small. We flood down there right now, and this project helps solve the problem. We solve some flood protection with tidal gates that we don't currently have in that location, and so this solves that problem as well. Besides the sidewalks and crosswalks, which don't really exist down there adjacent to all the fields and the sporting areas, we now will have those crosswalks, which are going to be those classic red embossed sidewalks ×4 along that roadway. So interspersed along not the straight run that we currently have, but along a curving roadway that ties to the boat ramp. A lot of logical decisions were made in 2018 when the master plan first presented this road solution, and it is a natural progression that we show now with improvements of traffic calming that we've learned, which includes narrowing the roadway, putting parallel parking in some locations to optimize the parking counts, but that roadway with center islands as an effective way of slowing the traffic and directing it direct to the harbor or to the boat ramp, which is where most of that traffic goes down right now through the library parking lot. Not a safe condition. We're delivering, I should say, this solution also delivers more handicap parking that we don't currently have. If we aren't prepared to accept the grant, are we prepared to bond for the improvements that we know will work tonight? In other words, do you just cast aside a solution, do nothing? And probably the one thing that I want to emphasize is there are so many solutions that can be made down there. For instance, the concern about the Little Leaguers hitting a foul ball on off the third baseline and out and across the road, and the kids will chase it. There are ways that you can truncate that type of activity very easily without having to get rid of the road altogether. All you have to do is ask for it. And so therefore I would emphasize, please, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Accept the baby and then work on the bathwater solutions with this committee. There are so many different ways that you can skin this cat. Thank you.
Good evening. Jay Pinto, 20 Elaine Road.
I am a lifelong resident of Milford as well as the vice president of the Milford Oyster Festival. I figured it was probably a good time to make sure everyone on this board is clear with what's happening down at the festival moving forward with the change in our format in case that impacts your decision on whether to move forward or not with the Founders Walk project. So to clarify, the footprint that you were used to seeing at the festival before in Fowler Field will be the same. The only difference will be, it will be just be in Fowler Field. The hours will be Friday evening, like we've known before, 5 to 10. The Saturday is the shift from daytime to evening, also from 5 to 10, okay? So when you walk down behind the library, you will see the same food vendors and nonprofits and sponsors in the parking lot behind the library. As you walk into the larger lot between the condos and baseball fields, you're going to see the same food vendors and sponsors around the perimeter. The same gate that leads you into the Junior Major League field will still be the main concert area that you're used to seeing. And the same stage that comes in on a tractor trailer will go in the same location in that grass area between the baseball field and the tennis courts. In addition to that stage, there's other infrastructure, generators, office trailers, porta potties, and then as you go beyond that area where the road is supposed to be, in the tennis court lot currently is where the amusement vendor sets up. All of those will be the same. And so up to this point, we've been able to do that. It takes several days to set that infrastructure up. And we've been able to do that on grass or in parking lots without impacting the closure of that road. The festival committee has gone through great effort to make sure that the road doesn't get closed until the very last minute, because we know there's a lot of boaters and it's not easy to, shut down a road in the middle of the summer on the weekend in the summer. So that road was typically closed, I think somewhere around first thing Friday morning, and reopened when the festival was over, sometime around 6:30 or 7 p.m. on Saturday. So the difference now is, I think we could still set up as we did before, but I think it's important that this board understand that in order to set that infrastructure up, if there's a road there, the road will likely need to be closed for several days in advance of that. And then breaking down, because the breakdown would not begin until late Saturday evening, I would imagine that many of the vendors that we get this infrastructure come pick it up probably won't start that process until Monday. I don't know that definitively, but I can only imagine from dealing with these same vendors every year, most of them don't work on Sundays. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that if there's, we're not giving your opinion whether you should do this or not. It's just simply to educate you, to make sure you understand that to put this in place still going forward, it's going to take several days to put that infrastructure in place, and with the road closed for several days in the middle of the summer, that was the last thing that we tried to avoid up to this point with the festival when there wasn't a road there. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of those differences, so you can add that to your collection of a million other comments and suggestions that you get towards this. So I wish you all the best of luck and appreciate all your hard efforts on it, and thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mayor Genetasio. My name is Andrew King. I reside at 32 Cedarhurst Lane. First, I want to express my sincere gratitude for your tireless work. You dedicate your time and effort without compensation, and the city of Milford truly appreciates your commitment. I would also like to thank Senator Maroney for his efforts to improve the area at Fowler Field. It's a worthwhile endeavor, and I applaud his hard work. However, this plan that's currently being proposed has one significant flaw, and that's the location of the road. While I've been told multiple times that the current curved road is dangerous, I don't understand how turning it into a straightaway between the Little League field and a playground will make it safer. We are fortunate to have smart and engaged citizens here in Milford, and before this plan moves forward, I believe we must allow for more public input. This project was originally started 12 years ago, and in that time, both the demographics and the needs of our community have evolved. For example, my brother, when this project was first conceived, was 20 years old and could care less about what was going on behind Fowler Field. Now he's 32. He has a 5-year-old who plays in JML, and he's very concerned about this road now. So Given how much has changed in the past decade, I ask that Senator Maroney allow people of Milford a chance to voice their opinions before moving forward with this project, perhaps through a public forum or another avenue for community discussion. I can't see where, an amendment or taking the time to come up with alternatives here is a bad thing. In fact, if you talk to the people of this community, you might find a ton of good ideas that are not only better than what's going on now, it might even be cheaper. We don't know, but you won't know until we ask. So I thank you for your time and attention on this matter. You all have a good evening.
Good evening, Alderman, Mayor, City staff. I'm Curran Bishop. I live at 21 Green Street. I want to direct your attention to item 8G on your agenda tonight, the consideration of automated traffic enforcement safety devices. I saw our general legislature last year considering this, and I was dismayed when they approved their use because I happened to live in St. Louis, Missouri 15 years ago when St. Louis began experimenting with these devices. We experienced enormous uptick in traffic accidents, in congestion. Study after study that has examined these has demonstrated that they create erratic driver behavior. They take away the predictability of the way drivers interact with red lights, and so you end up with more accidents and you end up with more congestion. So I just want to urge you to vote against the approval and to protect our city from these unsafe devices. Thank you.
Buddy Preet, 293 Woodruff Road. Good evening, members of the board, Mayor Gentasio. I'm going to roll it back to 2012, as Mr. Silver brought it to 2018. As a past member of Milford Progress, which was a quasi-agency of the city of Milford for many years, we conducted the Downtown Plan of Conservation and Development in association with the Milford Chamber of Commerce. That Downtown Plan of Conservation and Development laid the groundwork for Listman's Landing, the apartment development, and Founders Walk over these years. As a liaison on the 2012 Downtown Plan of Conservation and Development, we had Dean Alan Plattis from the Yale School of Architecture and Urban Design conduct focus groups, do different extensive discussions, have public meetings in this very room to find out what the community of Milford really wanted for Fowler Field. From that discussion, public input brought back keep it as it is, level it, start it all over again, move the road, add apartments, move the fields, install a bandstand, don't touch Wilcox Park. When the road was discussed further, public concern centered around creating an unsafe straightaway. Consensus to move the road was there, but to make it a dead end, allowing emergency access to the boat launch as is done in condo complexes, which limit access around the complex itself. Shipyard Lane was discussed to become a two-way for boat traffic only to access the boat launch. As a past liaison, I did not attend any of these meetings, was not aware of a lot of these meetings that were conducted after that 2012 discussion. But since 2012, there's a new generation of parents. There are basically, Fowler Field has a lot more activities taking place than it did in 2012. Our community has new neighbors, Milford has evolved, times have changed. I encourage the board to gain more public input before approving the road project. If you're going to take the money, please make it contingent upon additional public input. Thank you for your time.
John Moffett, 256 Anderson Avenue. I haven't been taught much about financial management in my life, but the one thing I was taught, if somebody gives you free money, you accept it. This project is being funded with bond money that was not raised through taxpayer contributions. It was raised by investors looking for a fair return and some tax-free income. This is totally free money. The project looks beautiful. The safety concerns may be well-founded, but as everybody here has said already, we've got smart people in this town. If there's a problem with safety, I know we can fix it without foregoing $3+ million that the state's willing to give us. I heard somebody say I don't want to run the project. Why don't we just use it to fill the potholes? We can't use it to fill the potholes. We got to build the project or we lose the money. Well, what happens, why does it affect the taxpayers? It doesn't. There's almost no Milford money going to this project. You have a few $100,000 in ARPA funds and over $3 million in bond funds that the investors are taking care of. So again, I think this is a great project. It's overdue. I can understand the public comment. This is like the third meeting that I know of that people are coming up to talk about this. I think we've had enough public content. If you want to see the public conversation, there are plenty of places where you can see where some of the citizens had something to say. Most citizens, I'm sure, before this project, knowing that any safety concerns can be handled. Thank you.
Good evening, Walter Hagner on 61 Judith Drive. I come to talk to you tonight to oppose this road. I mean, the plans look nice, everything looks good, but when it comes to safety with the children, as the other gentleman discussed earlier, we could figure something out. Well, when your kid's laying on the floor hit by a car, and then the lawsuits come to against Milford, I hope we're prepared for that because it is unsafe. Plus, we're removing stuff for the ball field. I mean, you got to think of the children. I mean, that's why this field was put in there, is for the children, not for a roadway to cut through and everything else. It's just wrong on so many levels. I hope we vote against this part of the improvement project and move forward without the road. Thank you.
Hi, Megan Brennan, 66 Carrington Ave. I wanted to say how excited I am for the Urban Act grant for the Wilcoxon Founders Walk Project. I've been playing at Fowler Field my entire life. As a young t-ball player, my many summers as a Milford Rec Fowler Field camper, and now as an adult, I attend our community events. But I especially enjoy my daily walks when I'm walking my dog, taking my nieces to the playground, playing tennis and pickleball now. While I believe it's a wonderful asset for the city, it has always needed to be improved from a safety perspective. The current road is confusing, convoluted, and has one crosswalk at the end by the woods. There's a lack of safe walkways throughout, including the drop-off of the walkway to the Hotchkiss Bridge, which is on a blind curve. The current drainage creates puddles and mud throughout the year, which leaves the area between the playground and fields unusable. Every baseball parent has yelled at their kids to walk around and not through that mud to get to the playground. Yet now, they believe it's safer to have their kids walk through this area. This plan has been worked out with thoughtful consideration given to safety for our children, traffic, sustainability, and the public recreating. Improvements to the area and neighborhood. The drainage will be able to move more water because this allows for more permeable surface. It removes blacktops. It provides more walkways with pavers, more sidewalks, and an increase in crosswalks. I'd also like to reiterate, this plan has been approved by the Office of the Traffic Commission, the Office of State Traffic Authority, and the Fire Marshal. So I ask you as Aldermen to accept the grant from the state of Connecticut and approve this project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tom Jackson. I live at 336 West River Street. I'm totally against this project behind Fowler Field. It just makes no sense at all. What I can tell you is that beware of free money. There's always a price to pay for that. It makes no sense in putting a two-lane road through where the children play, young children, interrupting the boats, whatever. I don't know the specifics, but I don't think it's a real good idea. Thank you.
Good evening. Mike Smith, 228 Shadyside Lane. I'm here in support of the Founders Walk project. As a former EMT, I have a pretty good sense of the damage that a car can do to a human body. Watching a vehicle plow into a person and treating that person's injuries isn't something someone forgets. That's why when I park behind the library, I do my best to park on the island and back up to it. So when my 9-year-old daughter gets out of the car, she's in a safe, grassy place. That's why last week when I was driving down behind the library, I stopped still on the hill as I was watching a dad carry his young son in his arms to make sure I gave him enough space that he knew that I saw him, so he didn't have to rush. We've heard a lot about safety, and we certainly all, I think, agree that we want to make sure our kids are safe. That's why in the new project, the playground will have fences. But one of the things I haven't heard a lot of talk about, would like to hear more about, how the status quo isn't safe. It's not safe when cars whip around that corner at the library, cutting right through the library parking lot with families trying to get from their parked cars inside to read books. It's not safe on that straightaway after the bridge where it's a straight shot right up the hill. Let's figure out a way so that the Little League, who's concerned about their area for warm-up, can have some space to do that while still continuing to maximize the opportunity we have in front of us. Maximize the best practices and the best knowledge of traffic engineers so that we can have our fields, our playground, and our library and our community safer. We have a really exciting opportunity to seize state dollars, not just Milford taxpayer dollars, but utilize state dollars to enhance one of our most important assets in our community, that head of the harbor. So I really encourage you all to seize that opportunity, and thank you.
Hi, I know you've been at this a while. Sarah Bromley, 27 Norway Street, short and sweet. I support both of these things before you, the esports and this proposed project behind the library. Thank you.
Good morning, or good evening, board members, Mr. Mayor, Dan Gurman, 114 Beach Ave in Woodmont, which was just ranked or rated #1 in the country, neighborhood in the country from realtor.com, so that's pretty impressive. And congratulations to Foreign High Wrestling. I was a wrestler at Milford High across the street, as well as Alderman Wynn Smith over there. And I also coached at Foreign High for a number of years ago. So it is a great sport, hard sport, and the kids did an amazing job this year. I am here to oppose the road going through Fowler, a straightaway going through there, right in the area with a lot of volume of kids all summer long is not a good idea in my opinion. Boats, large boats, during the Oyster Fest, I think that road's going to fall right in where the stage is going to be set up. So like Jay said, you're going to have to shut that road down for several days, and the boaters aren't going to like that in the middle of the summertime. But I think that straightaway going down there is just not a good idea for the ball players and just that whole area. I don't think it's a good idea. There's going to be people speeding through there, cutting through there, and it's going to create a danger zone. So that's my opinion. Dan Gurman, thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Carroll. I'm a resident of 20 Elton Street, and I'm here to oppose the Fowler Field project. You know, other people have spoken already about the impact of the road to the field, and I would just like to also bring your attention to the impact of creating that straightaway to the neighborhood that is right adjacent to where that project is. Elton Street is already a cut through from Wilcox, and seeing how for the past 10 years it increases every summer, it becomes a little bit more of a dangerous area in the neighborhood. I think that if a straightaway road was put right behind the library, my street and the streets on either side of us will also become cut-throughs for people wanting to have a faster way to avoid traffic downtown. And what I see happen is also avoid detection from the police presence when they're spending time at the bars downtown. So I would anticipate as a neighbor of the area to see an increase in drunk driving down my street and the other adjacent streets as a result of a straightaway road. I also am here on behalf of the Downtown Business Association, which is also opposed to this project. The businesses downtown rely on the reputation of having a safe, family-friendly recreation area. And if, God forbid, there were an accident and that reputation was not as strong, I think there would be a decrease in the amount of foot traffic that the downtown businesses rely on each summer. Thank you.
Scott Montfort, 39 Baker Street, wonderful city of Milford. Chairman Vitro, Board of Aldermen, Mayor Genatasio, Chief Mello, and as a father of a police officer, Milford's finest. We appreciate what you guys do for this city. This is my third time up here, so I'm going to be short and sweet. I'm against the project at Fowler Field. I'm not against the project, I'm against the road, the relocation of road. I hear, you know, as a father of a cop, as a paramedic, listen, things happen, I get it. Straight roads, curved roads, people parking, things happen, I understand that. And nobody knows, I spent most of my life dealing with people that make a lot of mistakes. Taking a road that curves around Fowler, the pavilion, and making it go straight doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Can we redo it? Can we redo the parking lot? Can we get rid of the island, move the parking back? Can we, you know, put some other safety measures on that side? Yes. But if our families congregate right outside the field, those cars are going to come down the hill, people are going to cut through, they cut through now, they're going to cut through, somebody loses control, goes through a 4-foot fence and hits somebody, it's going to be a problem. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And listen, you guys have to make a decision tonight, and we could be here in another year or two when the project's over. Maybe nothing happens right away, but in 5 years it could happen. Let's take the money, if we can. Let's, you know, I hear people saying, oh, you know, we had all these focus groups. I've been in that league since 1995, and not once has anybody approached our league and told us about this. Never. Maybe once or twice in 2022, 23, they might have said, hey, we're having a meeting, but it was already set in stone. I just think you guys have to really think about this. You're going to make a decision tonight, and I guarantee you in the summertime, most of the people up here, my kids are grown. When you see all those little kids playing outside that field, in that area where that green grass is, there's going to be a road there now. It's just not a good idea. So we can take the money, great idea, and redo down there, move the bathrooms, fix the curbs, more crosswalks. We can't put stop signs. We can't put... Crosswalks don't always work. We see that downtown. People are getting hit downtown. People make mistakes. It's just not a good idea. So I hope you guys consider this before you make your vote tonight, and maybe give us another chance to relook. Get some community people involved. Get more people on a focus group, and let's look at this again. Thank you very much.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Pasquale Civitello. I'm at 746 East Broadway. I'm here against the, not against the project, but I'm against it, like Scott said, I'm against the road going through there. Me and my wife, my 2 granddaughters, and my kids that come into town 3 times a week. We're in the summertime, we're down there every weekend. And I have a 5-year-old and 8-year-old granddaughter. And I just, that road going through there just doesn't make any sense. I think the way it is right now is fine. I'm all against improving that area 100%, but I think you have to take in consideration which way that road is going to go. Thank you and have a good evening.
Hi everyone, I'm Carol Thomas, 84 Thompson Street. First, I want to make an observation. I was very disheartened at the last Board of Aldermen meeting when someone during public comment swore and not one person on the Board of Aldermen said anything, and she was allowed to continue for over 2.5 more minutes. That made us look foolish. I felt for you guys. I'm sorry that happened to you. She even insulted you guys. I'm sorry about that. I also want to talk about the Fowler Field project. My children are 24, 25, and 40. The road going through there isn't going to affect my children. I have for 35 years advocated for children's safety. I'm still advocating for children's safety. Again, not my children. It's the little ones that don't have a voice that I'm here to talk to you about. I understand that there might be an issue in the library parking lot. I don't understand why we can't address those issues and take care of those safety issues and make certain that those children are safe. A gentleman came up here and said, when he crosses to the library, it's unsafe. That was an adult man. I'm talking about young children crossing from the parking lot to the playground. Now, as a board member of Junior Major League Baseball, I have to do my due diligence in telling you that right now, the plan proposed, if you accept it without an amendment, does not guarantee us the things that we are told Senator Maroney wants to give us. Flashing lights at the crosswalk. Nets along the third baseline to protect pedestrians, cars, and families. And fencing along the field to ensure safety. Those things are not guaranteed if you accept the plan as proposed. I don't know any project, I'm sure you have all had a home renovation done. I don't know any project that has come in on budget, on time. I don't know who's going to pay for the overage should this go over budget, but I'm certain it will fall upon the Milford citizens, and that should be considered as well. I'm telling you now that should a child get injured crossing in the proposed crosswalk, which someone said 4 crosswalks, I have the plan, it's 3. If a child should get injured crossing that crosswalk, crossing that road to get to the playground, to the basketball court, to the pickleball court, I will bring the MGAT recording of me advocating against this and for the safety of pedestrians to that family, whoever's injured. I will also bring the recording of this meeting, should you vote on this evening, of who voted for it and who voted against it. That is my promise to the children and the families of Milford. I would also like to thank, I phoned all 3 of my aldermen. I got a phone call back from 1. I thank that alderman. I'm also very happy to see our police officers here, especially Captain Del Monte, who I adore. And I just want to thank you all for your time, your effort, and everything you guys do for the city of Milford. Thank you so much.
I
Hi, my name is Jay Zamello, 24 Honeysuckle Lane. And I've been listening for the last couple of months. People come up here and give their very sincere concerns about the safety issues, potential safety issues down at Fowler Field. And the one thing I think that gets overlooked is that we do have safety professionals that have looked at this plan. The fire department, the traffic commissions, they've looked at it and they've approved it. And they've said it's okay. And I don't want that to be lost on this group or anyone else. The other thing I want to talk about is this $3.5 million in state funds that tonight you have the option to accept. That's not just state funds, that's our funds. That's Milford taxpayer money. Whether we've paid through income taxes, sales taxes, or a dozen of the other taxes that we have to pay in Connecticut, that's our money. And this is the one chance that we have to bring that money back to Milford. And I think it's especially important now, after last year we received a 7.5% increase in taxes. It was the first tax increase Milford's seen in over a decade. And we've seen the budget's proposals that are coming through this year, and we know we're going to get another tax increase. And then we see the news the other day about the Milford's grand list being reduced for the first time ever. That's going to result in a massive tax increase to compensate for the loss in revenue. And it's honestly pretty astonishing in a time of real estate values surging, real estate values being the highest ever on the residential level, that our grand list goes down. So I just want to encourage you to support this project, whether it be through the safety aspect, of which it is safe, it's been approved by the appropriate experts in those areas, or just bringing our taxpayers back to Milford. So I think Milford residents and taxpayers need a little bit of a break. This is a tiny win, and I just think you should give it to them. Thank you.
Hello, Bob Thomas, 84 Thompson Street. Both of my children have gone through the baseball leagues, and I believe putting a road through the middle of the tennis court in the field is just a bad idea. There's going to be too many cars whipping through there, even if the speed limit is lower, even if there are flashing lights. Someone's child is going to get run over if it doesn't happen very soon after this project is finished. I've been down at that field. My wife's is part of the league. I'm still part of the league. I run the snack stand. I'm there a lot. And a child playing ball will get out to go play ball. A brother or sister will just run right across without even looking and run right to the playground. So the chances of someone getting run over is very, very high. I just don't think it's a good idea. I don't know when, even if the money that they have now would equal when they did the estimates. If you go down there, once spring comes, you sink up to your knees in mud. So I don't know who did the studies down there, when it was done. The league really never was notified that this was even going to happen. And I just don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's good for this city, especially if someone gets hit. If a child gets hit, it's not going to be good. With all the things you see on TV, people getting hit in crosswalks all the time, it's just not a good idea. Money could be used for other things in that area, the beautification. They could put better things around that area where the parents go for in between the games and whatever. But the road down there is just not a good idea for this city. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to address the board can do so at this time.
Hi, good
evening. My name is Andrea Palco, live at 666 Milford Point Road. I will be brief. I am opposed to the road. I've spoken before. I don't want to keep talking about the same thing that everyone else is talking about, but we did collect 209 signatures opposing to the road. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you guys and have a great evening.
Anyone else wishing to address the board can do so at this time. Seeing none, we'll go on with the rest of the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for your comments and considerations. Alderman Casale, agenda item number 3, consideration of minutes.
Agenda item number 3, consideration of minutes of the regular meeting of the Board of Aldermen held on February 3rd, 2025.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Lorennen.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just make some technical correction. On page 2, under public comment, the individual was identified as L. Mullen. It's actually L. Mahler. And then on page 4, under 13A, in regards to the resignation and years of service of our Board of Ed member, the name is Una Petrowski.
Thank you, Alderman Lorennen. Alderman Beatty.
Yes, and I already spoke with Ms. Weeks to give the slight correction. When Director Sally of Public Works was before us, I commented positively about the inauguration of the compost program in Milford under this administration, and I asked him for a status report, and he did speak a few minutes to that issue to say that the future plan tentatively included curbside pickup of compost trash, and that they were monitoring this program to see if it had any impact positively on reducing the amount of food waste that was going into the dry recycling program in an effort to keep costs down. So I just want to make sure that at least that update was my question and that update was in. Thank you, Ms. Weeks.
Any more discussion on the motion?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, if I could also make a technical correction when appropriate. Just like the minutes to reflect that I was present at the February meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with 3 corrections. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Agenda item number 4, consideration of minutes of the special organization meeting. There wasn't any. Agenda item number 5, Chairman's report and recommendations. I just want to make mention that this is, the month of March is the Women's History Month. Second of all, I want to remind everybody you got to turn your clocks ahead. Saturday night, March 8th. And also we have a St. Patrick's Day Parade, March 15th at 1 o'clock. And lastly, March 29th, we have a Welcome Veterans Day here in Milford. That's all I have. The next agenda item is Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor, you have a report?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, through you to the members of the board. It's great to be back before the Board of Aldermen, and thank you for all the citizens that came out tonight to share their thoughts and concerns. We always appreciate that, and Chairman Vitro, thank you for allowing everyone to speak. I feel like it's going to be a long night, but we're here to do the work of the people, so we look forward to it when you come and you share your thoughts and your concerns about what's happening in Milford. I've been blessed this past week. I've been going to the elementary schools. It's Read Across America Week, and visiting and reading with the youngsters in the schools. And I must tell you, the children, they love their schools, they love their teachers, and they love to read. So it's been a great experience for me. As Chairman Vitro mentioned, the St. Patrick's Day Parade is on schedule for March 15th. It kicks off at 1 p.m. It's a Saturday. We raised the flag here today. I was joined by the Milford Irish Heritage Society, the parade committee as well. So it's an exciting time of the year. I can't believe it's already March, but spring's ahead, and there's a lot of optimism out there. So I look forward to seeing all the people along the parade. Also, Chairman Vitro did indicate March 29th is an all-day event, a commemoration of the 50th anniversary for our Vietnam veterans who returned home. This is a welcome home tribute. It's going to be a premier event. I see Walter Hagendorn and Tom Jackson in the audience. I've been working very closely with them to make the arrangements. It's going to be at the Milford Green. It's also going to be at the Veterans Auditorium. So I would encourage you to come out. We're going to have people and veterans and families from all over the state descending on Milford to celebrate this. And it's an honor to be the host here in Milford, and I appreciate all that the veterans do for us in our community. It's veterans giving back to veterans. Throughout the several months, I've also been visiting and attending the public schools community conversations. They're very important for the future of our schools, and I would recommend, if anyone hasn't done that, that they should get engaged and see what's happening in real time, the vision that's being put forth. And it's coming from community members, it's coming from all the people, all the stakeholders that really are going to help make a difference in our schools moving forward. So I'm really excited about that. And last month, some of you may know Julie Nash departed from her position as economic development. She was here this evening. Julie's done so much for the city. For 11 years she spent here. She's really put a lot of time in and effort, and she's left the Economic Development Department a better place. She's left Milford a better place, and I wish her all the best in her future endeavors, but I must tell you, she was a great asset to Milford. With that, I respectfully ask for your considerations for items 8A through 8K on your agenda, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next item on the agenda, new business 8.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Healy.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor. Some months ago, there was a proposal, you had created an RFP relative to selling city property on High Street, and you were going to inform the board. Do you have any status update on returning that property to the tax rolls and where that stands?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Healy. I do. In fact, it's great news. It's positive news. We do have an offer before us to buy the lot and the single-family house. The lot will be developed as another single-family house on High Street. I think we're working through it right now. I did meet with the city attorney, so we're optimistic that the deal will go through. So it's good news. One of the neighbors on the street that was here that night put in an offer, a very reasonable and fair offer, and we're happy to sell the property to someone that lives in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is new business. Agenda item 8A, Alderman Pacelli.
Agenda item 8A, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for the appointment of Thomas Mangan, 52 Housatonic Drive, as an alternate union representative of Local 944 Fire for the Pension and Retirement Board, term to expire 12/31/27.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 8B, Alderman Pacelli.
Agenda item 8B, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for the appointment of David DeToro, 79 Ridge Street, as a union representative of Local 424-96 PW for the Pension and Retirement Board, term to expire 12/31/27.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Pacelli, agenda item 8C.
Agenda item 8C, Board of Aldermen approval is hereby requested for the appointment of Christopher S. Thomas, 8 Argyle Road, as a member of the Milford Government Access Television Committee, term to expire 12/31/26.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. At this time, will all our newly confirmed board and commission members come to the front of the auditorium to be sworn in by our city clerk?
Do solemnly swear and sincerely affirm that you will faithfully execute and discharge your duties and responsibilities according to law as a member of our community in the city of Milford to the best of your ability, so help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury? I do. Congratulations.
I'd like to make a motion to our, like to hear a motion to realign the agenda from 8D to 8G. All in favor? The motion is made and seconded to realign the agenda for our purpose of our ordinances and our cash advances. Do I hear a second? Motion is made and seconded. All in favor? Alderman Smith, reordering the agenda.
From what to what?
From 8D, which would be next, reordering it to go to 8G.
To go to 8G?
We're skipping over the resolutions, cash advances, because we have to pass the ordinances first before we get the...
So 8G, you want to take up now? Is that what I understand?
Yeah, exactly. We're passing over the cash advances because we haven't passed the ordinances yet.
Just so I understand, Mr. Chairman, 8G is about the automated traffic lights?
No, 8D is a cash advance for design and construction of sanitary sewers.
Correct, and you want to take up next 8G?
Yes.
So the next one on this agenda that you want to take up is the automated traffic?
We're going to work our way down from there.
I'm just asking. Okay. And yeah, okay, and then where do 8D, E, and F go when we take them up again? We're reordering the agenda. We're going to skip, as I understand it, from 8. Right, so after 8K, we're going to take up 8D, 8E, and 8F?
8K, we're going on to the ordinance committee. We're going to take up the ordinances. We got to pass the ordinances. Then we'll go to the cash advances for those ordinances.
So after 8G, if we pass this after 8G, what comes up next?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I think what we're doing is we're reordering the agenda to bring the ordinances forward to 12A.
12A?
We're bypassing agenda item 8D,
Mr. Chairman?
8E, and 8F.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may make a motion to move items 8D, 8E, and 8F on the agenda to come after item 12A, which is where the ordinance committee is.
That's what I said.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify for the room.
Second.
Yep, thank you. So there was a motion and a second to move the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passed unanimously. Alderman Pacelli, items 8G.
Hope I got this right. Agenda item 8G, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for approval of the Automated Traffic Enforcement Safety Devices Plan. The full, I'll stop there.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Healy, I'm sorry.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Chief Mello. Chief Mello is here, and I think he can offer us a status report and an update on the department, and it would be great. I know you have your staff here that worked on this 153-page document that's being presented for our review this evening. So if you could identify your command officers that are here that participated and just give a brief overview, and then the status of the Police Commission public hearing.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And thank you, and good evening, everyone. Before I begin, we're here to discuss to present for your consideration the proposal to the Department of Transportation of the automatic traffic enforcement safety devices, better known as speed cameras and red light cameras. I brought my team with me this evening. These are the men that worked on the project. They did the research, the analysis, conducted the speed studies. And so I've asked them to come with me, and so I'm proud to have them here as well. They worked very hard on this, and like all of the men and women of the police department, they are committed to the safety of all of our residents, all of the people that live here, or work here, or travel through here. And I know there was a lot mentioned tonight about the children, and this plan is heavily focused on school zones and heavily focused on safety for our children. If I could just begin by just giving some context here for those that are listening at home and folks in the audience, and just as a reminder, we have been, again, committed to public safety, and that includes traffic safety. And so we're always looking at ways to be creative and look for new initiatives and ways to leverage technology to better do our job and better keep people safe. And that's it. And that's it in a nutshell. And we started looking in 2023. We watched what happened at the legislature, where they passed Public Act 23-116, authorizing the use of automatic traffic enforcement safety devices. We paid close attention to it because what they did is they learned, I think, from lessons and some failures in other states. I watched the debate. It was, I think, a cleverly crafted proposal to address a number of those concerns. In communicating with my colleagues, we looked around to see what was happening in the state and where this would go and how it would benefit Milford. We are the only police department out of the many that I'm aware of the many municipalities that have applied for this. It doesn't usually come from the police department. It comes from the mayor's office or from the engineering office. But we felt strongly enough this is a way to address public safety. And as I told you in November when I was here, it's a very different environment since 2020. And anyone that drives can see that. The people that are driving at unbelievably dangerous and reckless speeds, driving behavior has changed. Stop at any traffic light and wait to see who's going to run that traffic light. Or when it turns green, do you look both ways? And I think most people do. We're talking about speeds down at this proposed road, and so speed is a real thing, and it makes people feel unsafe. Not just the data that supports that, but also the near misses certainly support that, and many of you, I think, can attest to that. And so we brought this plan to the Board of Police Commissioners in September. The Traffic Division, which is here, part of which is here this evening, focused on our Vision Zero plan, our comprehensive traffic safety plan. And we looked at things such as crosswalks and engineering of certain roadways and areas that we really needed to address. We actually put a plan in place last year where we did nothing but traffic enforcement. You saw them on the motorcycles. And we focused heavily on some of the areas that we're focusing on tonight. But unfortunately, while they're effective, police officers doing traffic are limited. It takes 12 to 15 minutes to complete a stop, and then you've got to get back to where you were. And police officers are pretty visible. And so it becomes very difficult when you have a limited number of police officers to address all these problem areas all the time. But nevertheless, we continue to focus on traffic safety. We decided to conduct some research and explore some sites where we were getting a lot of complaints. And everyone should know that the number one complaint that this police department gets and many police departments is speeding, and it's traffic issues. And many of you, as you recall, have called me and asked me, my constituents are having issues. In fact, a few people that spoke, I've spoken to them before about how dangerous the roads can be. And so now we have an opportunity to use technology. We have an opportunity to do something really meaningful. And so we submitted this plan through our comprehensive traffic safety plan, followed the statute. I first addressed it with the Board of Police Commissioners, then brought it to you folks to pass an ordinance, which was required by the statute. We did that in November, followed by another requirement in the statute, which was a public hearing. We did that in December. We received input from the public. We received a lot of input in written testimony and in phone calls. And most of the input that I got was, we want it on our street. Now, look, nobody wants to get pulled over, and most people will do anything they can to avoid that. And I realize that some people feel they're at risk because of the technology will be ever present in these locations. But we did something even further, because we know that people that are really passionate may come and speak at a public meeting. So we went to the public, and we went to the schools that are impacted by this study, and with the assistance of Dr. Kataya, our superintendent, and the principals from the schools, we sent out a survey. It's a copy in your packet. We just simply asked, first of all, are you an educator, or are you a parent, or just an other employee? And we asked, do you support automatic traffic enforcement safety devices, speed cameras, in front of your school? 84.36% said they were. And that number is pretty consistent when you look at the testimony at the state legislature for Public Act 23-116. The parents of the children that are impacted, nearly 85% said they wanted it. And some of the people that didn't want it told us, we'd rather just you hire 10 more police officers. I would too, but that's $2 million, considering pay other employment benefits. That's $2 million. I'll take 20. We can do more. And so we looked at how do we do this and not spend the taxpayer money. And so we learned from the public hearing and we learned from what folks told us. And we made a few changes because we want to keep this to a scale that's manageable, because we're not asking to hire any additional people to manage this. So we took out Bridgeport Avenue and exit 34 for red light camera, Boston Post Road in East Town for red light camera. And we added West Shore Middle School, Milford Point Road, because the data shows us that people are driving very fast. And we included Woodruff Road, because Woodruff Road is a cut through that people coming usually from 34, from some of the valley towns and come up North Street 121 and they cut through that. And I know we have somebody here, I don't know if he's still here, that lived on that street. Those that are around remember that you petitioned the state to get that speed limit lowered to 25 because it used to be 30. And if you live on Woodruff Road, just like if you live on Gulf Street and you live on some of these other communities where these Orange Avenue, you're often impacted by people speeding. So to address people's complaints, to address areas that we see have an accident history, to address where we know we've seen through enforcement that we have issues, we submit to you the final plan. We've already talked about this. We've already talked about what the ordinance is. We've talked about data security. We talked about fines. We talked about, what's in the ordinance, what's in the statute, and you pass the ordinance. So what I'm submitting to you today is the final plan that requires your approval to be submitted to the Department of Transportation for their consideration. In the plan has the sites listed, and it has the data that supports the sites. It has the road geometry that's required. It has the technical data for the red lights that's required under the statute. And so I ask for your consideration for this plan.
Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Healy.
I'd like to thank Chief Mello and his staff. I have the 153-page document here, and it is absolutely in compliance with the statutory elements of what was required for submittal to DOT. And I'd also like to, again, comment that there were, according to this document, 36 different residents that commented at the public hearing, 14 letters of submittal plus telephone calls. And again, as you submitted the survey that was done through Dr. Kataya and our school systems indicated, again, 84.35 of those survey folks said yes to this. And also there's statistical data that I think is important that's on page 2 of this document that talks about 4 fatalities. These are through December of 2024, 4 fatalities, 303 accidents involving injuries, 1567 total accidents, the number of motor vehicle stops, but so it's substantial in terms of the efforts that have been put in to segment out all this data and to move forward in the specific defined areas that the report articulates where this will be. There will be public disclosure to everyone in Milford as to where these devices will be set up and displayed. And in particular, the pedestrians and school zones are extremely important. In the 5-year average from 2019 to 2023, the accidents annually is 122. Another very important part about this report is on page 20. And the Milford Police Department, under this plan, will undertake a comprehensive public communication and education strategy. They will be disseminating information on social media. They will be using print media. They'll be using the city website and school resource officers to give folks instructions on this. And in particular, when we're back again talking about this particular matter in school zones, and we heard tonight people talking about the project down at Fowler Field, a dovetail tie-in is, again, pedestrian safety. And pedestrian safety is critically important around schools, in our Milford Center area, at the Fowler Field, and in particular, I wanted to point out, I had a conversation with the chief about this, that Connecticut General Statute 14-299 talks about traffic signals and crosswalks. And in particular, when you're at a crosswalk for a traffic signal, you have to obey what the signal is. Under Connecticut General Statute 14-300, where there is not a signal, and so many of these types of crosswalks are ubiquitous around Milford Center. And there, the pedestrian, has the right of way. The differential there is that the pedestrian, all they have to do is look for the eye contact of the driver that's coming towards them, and then the pedestrian signal their intent. And the intent is, all you have to do is raise your hand. When you walk over the curb, raise your hand. What we're trying to do is stop the accidents with injuries. We've had a person come before us from the public who talked about his mishap down at the restaurant districts along Bridgeport Avenue near the Devon Bridge, where there's been additional foot traffic because there's additional restaurant businesses that are down there. So I've asked the chief, one of the things to do would be to do a training video and to look at this in particular so that we can instruct the children, and we can make people readily more available through a video of the types of pedestrian crosswalks and what you can do. Because I've seen it over and over again where people walk over to the edge of the road and start to cross thinking you've got the right of way. Well, you do if it's not a signal device that's there. But the question is, are you safe? And of course you're not. But if you raise your hand, which is codified in the statute as of 2021, and some people might think, why is he talking about this? Because I did public safety at Sacred Heart University for over 10 years, had this issue with college students that just, my protection in terms of that and making sure that they clearly understood the difference between the crosswalks on Park Avenue and the crosswalks on Jefferson Drive were two entirely and separate different things, and all I cared about was their safety. That was our responsibility. If the chief has indicated, and his staff that's here, their safety relative to pedestrian safety and traffic enforcement. So that would be a good thing in terms of, again, making sure that we're eliminating the ambiguity that a pedestrian has. Just push that out, and that can be disseminated through the website, through the school system. I think you've done a fabulous job, on this report, and I'm in favor of it. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. If I could just add to that, I agree with you completely. Anytime you're putting a pedestrian walk across the road, there's a risk. I'm a big advocate for signaling. I know it's expensive, but something has to get the attention of those drivers. I know myself, I always tell people, try to make eye contact, and we talked about that earlier, but we can absolutely do an educational campaign on that. When we looked at these schools, these are where kids cross. And if we can use technology to keep kids safe, why wouldn't we do that? We can always find a reason. You can always find your narrative somewhere online to suit your purpose. The AAA supports this. National Highway Traffic Safety Association supports it. You can find rogue websites that, I looked at one here, and it said, welcome to learn more about the war on cars and how your freedom to travel is under threat. And I caution people at the meeting not to look for those, not to gain your data out of those, because those are they're not advocating for police, they're not advocating for enforcement, they're trying to fight against fines and different technologies that, that we're talking about today. But we can absolutely do that. I think it's important because I do have some people sitting here, and I hope there's some people watching on the TV. This program requires that there is adequate signage, that there is signage. In fact, if you look in this document, you see we put right where that signage is going to go to make sure that it's far enough. People are warned. They'll have adequate warning that the signs are there. It also requires, and again, I think it was a cleverly crafted public act by the state legislature. We have to report to all the traffic services. So if you have navigation in your car that updates regularly, or you use Google Maps or Waze or Apple, we report to them, and it'll tell you just like it tells you you're in a school zone. There's a traffic cam here. We're trying to change behavior. That's the goal here. And we know that because other states and cities are doing it, that in local roads, if you look at what's happened elsewhere, we should see about a 90% compliance in local roads and about a 70% compliance on state roads. And there's some reasons behind that. But I appreciate that. In addition to that educational video, which we can certainly do, this statute requires that we do an educational campaign before we start collecting fines. And then it requires that for 30 days that we issue only warnings. And it requires that enforcement can't be taken unless you're doing at least 10 over. And it requires that the fines can only be $50 for a first offense and $75 for a subsequent offense. Far lower than you would if you were stopped by a police officer, and it doesn't get reported to your insurance, and it doesn't put points on your license. It's trying to change behavior. And I bring that up because at the public meeting, some folks had brought up to me in private, well, I searched and I saw what happened here. The fines were $250 in this state. And there was a daisy chain of traffic cameras, and I wound up at 5. None of that doesn't happen under this statute and under this ordinance, but thank you for that.
Alderman Casey.
Just I was listening to your, presentation, and just something occurred to me right now. Okay. And so I just, playing devil's advocate, I guess, but when all the signs highlighting what you should not do, you have signage, and so people will change behavior, but can you ever consider about people avoiding that area and speeding in other areas where they don't have signs, I guess? I just speaking out loud, I guess.
Alderman Case, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but I would like to think that all you have to do is slow down. All you have to do is obey the law and slow down. It's so much easier if you want to travel on the Boston Post Road, and I don't know that we'll get these on the Post Road. They haven't approved any on state highways. I think we're more focused on our school zones, but if you're going to go down in front of, on Milford Point Road, and you're going to go by a school, I think it'd probably be easier if you just slowed down and obeyed the law, instead of going down and trying to go down, the side street and go down Broadway. I just don't see that happening, so I can't give you any data, but to me, that would, make sense.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Federico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Chief Mello. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Thank you to your team for showing up here tonight and sitting all neatly in the front row. Appreciate that. Glad we had enough chairs for you all. I do have the packet on my computer just to avoid printing out the 150 pages. I've read through, and I see that you did have strong public support at your public hearing, as well as the people that wrote to you. So I'm in favor of it, but I do have just two questions coming out of things I've read and I'm hearing. So one is if you could talk a little bit about the public awareness campaign. I know Alderman Haley mentioned some of the things that are mentioned in the report, but maybe if you could just confirm those for the public. Will it be city website, Facebook, how will people know that this is launched?
So absolutely. We use our social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We also use our local media, but we find that social media is probably the best way to get the message out, especially you're kind of hitting different generations and sometimes different audiences with different social media. Our educational campaign will consist, and I think the video is a great idea. We make little videos, if you've ever noticed, in our stories to say, this is what's important today. We try to keep them really short. And so we'll probably make a series of short ones. We already posted some talking points about the speed camera. But I noticed that when we look and see people, they only stay on a couple seconds. So we need to make sure that we do some short videos and some short informational sessions on our social media. The SROs is a great resource because there's young people that are either driving or will soon be driving. We need to get to them. If we're going to change behavior, that's where it starts. So that's our intent. In terms of letting people know where these cameras are, showing the signs, let them know what to look for, so they know where they are. And I think that's the reason why you see such a high compliance rate at a local level. Transparency is extremely important. And the other thing that I didn't mention is that we have to work on the due process piece as well to make sure there's a due process system set up, and I'll work with the city attorney on that.
Okay, and my second question is, I did see, and I've heard some folks mention that perhaps the cameras can cause more rear-end collisions.
Right.
Have you looked at studies of that? And once the cameras are in place, could we get a report on whether or not that occurs?
So that's an excellent question, and so I'm going to answer it a couple of different ways. You can find reports of that. We don't see any hard, credible data to that, but I would offer this. If people are slowing down because other people are slowing down, then wouldn't that condition exist every time you see a police officer? Does that mean we stop doing enforcement? Because if you drive on the Parkway, I'll give you for instance, driving on the Parkway, and you come down the hill through the tunnel, and I'll always go, everyone's slowing down. There's a state trooper on the other side. Of course people are going to slow down, as they should. That's part of the reason we drive marked cruisers. That's part of the reason we put these signs up. But the suggest that because you may see rear-end collisions that we shouldn't be there, to me means that we're going to allow people to speed. It means that we shouldn't do. We'll see that regularly when we set up enforcement. You see a police officer, some people will slow down. How do you prevent somebody who doesn't want to slow down, who is part of the problem? You don't stop doing enforcement. You've got to change that behavior right down that chain. So I don't dispute the data. I haven't seen credible data. There may be. I did see some a media report, because we've done a lot of research on this, and a media report where somebody said, it was a politician said, and I don't know that I would use this, this description, but he said, I would rather have minor rear-end collisions than have fatal motor vehicle accidents, because T-bone accidents going through a red light, or somebody speeding and passing a crosswalk and hitting a child is my main concern. I mean, we're looking at trying to create we want zero fatalities. We want zero accidents with injuries, and we're going to work our way down.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and that'll be helpful if people ask me questions.
Sure, thank you.
So that's great, thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thanks, Chief, for your presentation. Thank you guys for all you did in helping put this thing together. The educational piece, and I think you've hit on it, the educational, whether they be at PSAs or whatever. And I think you already, I hope you have thought about it. We have a couple of driving schools in the city too. So I think that's a good opportunity to get part of that curriculum in there and show those whatever, because I was a driving instructor way back when, and the fact is we were always looking for something out there. Sure. And you always looked at those Ohio videos that showed catastrophes and dead bodies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the scare tactics. Sure. But I think that's a point at which we can get those out to the young people too.
Well, I didn't think of it, but I'm going to steal your idea, and I think it's a great idea.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, where is it on Woodruff Road that that this, I think you said you're going to have a camera placed on Woodruff Road. Where on Woodruff Road?
So we're looking at the area around Colony, but to find the exact site, we've got to, and I didn't finish answering your questions, Alderman Federico, I will get to that last part of your question. It just hit me that I didn't finish, and I will. If you approve the plan, and we look for a vendor, then we'll get a deeper dive into this data and find out what they think based upon permitting and right-of-ways, where is the best location. But it'll be in that area.
So I thought when we were here before that the first phase of this that was going to be implemented were going to be the red light cameras only at stoplights.
No.
So this is fully on streets as well, not just at red lights.
Right, that's based upon the plan that I first gave you. What we took out of there was, we took out Bridgeport and 34 red light, Post Road, and Easttown, but we had all the other streets that were in there. We added Woodruff Road, speed camera, and Milford Point Road by West Shore Middle School. And that was based upon information that we learned at the public hearing.
All right, so I just wanted to make sure that I understood that this is not just the red light cameras. Are there going to be red light cameras involved in this first phase of implementation?
Yes, it's in the document there.
That's fine. It was just more of a yes or no, Chief. It was, and I thought at our last discussion on this, it was only red light cameras first. I'm hearing something different. Okay, it's the full implementation on street level, and that's not something that was clear to me before.
So I'll refer you to the document that I provided you in my testimony. We talked about Bridgeport Avenue. We talked about Boston Post Road in front of 1201. It was the very first site that we looked at. It's contained in the document I provided. And we also at that time talked about Boston Post Road in front of the mall. We also talked about Bridgeport Avenue by Boston Post Road. That we pulled out because the data wasn't as strong.
All right. And so
And I'm sorry, if I could apologize, we also talked about Live Oak School in Orange Ave, which is part of the original document that I provided.
And I appreciate it, when I asked you for a bunch of those studies, and you delivered them. And the reason that I did that, I think I described to you, was because I had seen some data that said that there was no data to support the proposition that these cameras will. I heard you say you wanted to change behavior. That these cameras will actually change behavior. They'll change behavior in the area where the camera is, but there isn't any studies or data to indicate that people will actually change their behavior elsewhere. And you gave me all those studies, and I went through them. And in fact, if you read them tightly, they don't. So the behavior that's going to get changed, maybe, and only maybe, not for sure, but maybe where the cameras are. But you're not going to change the behavior on any other streets. You're not going to be. There's no data to support the proposition that this is going to make drivers safer elsewhere. So that continues to feed in, and I've been skeptical of this thing from the get-go. But as I dive into it, I don't think that wanting to follow the science and the studies and everything, that there is support for the proposition that this is going to change behavior elsewhere, because I don't think there's data that does that.
I agree with you. I'm not aware of any data. I don't know how you measure that. I think it's a difficult measurement because we don't know. I guess the same could be said that if you get a ticket by a police officer, that's not going to change behavior next time they drive someplace else. And it seems to be that might be wrong, because if you get a fine and you pay it, shouldn't that be a reminder that, this was uncomfortable, this took money out of my pocket, I shouldn't do this again? So I question whether that's true, but you're right, I'm not aware of any data. But let me just say this, though. But at least if we can change behavior by a school, by elementary schools and middle schools, that's pretty good. That's better than not. Would you agree with that?
Well, I'm actually, Mr. Chairman, is now the time to ask for amendments, if we could? No, I want to make an amendment to the ordinance that we have earlier passed.
If you're gonna wait for the ordinance before you make an amendment on the ordinance.
Well, we have a motion before us that's going up to the state, and the ordinance that we passed is going to be part of that submission to the State Department of Transportation.
The ordinance in the document I provided is part of the application required by state statute.
So that ordinance is before us, and I'd like to make an amendment to that ordinance, to offer an amendment to that ordinance.
May I ask for a recess, please, for 5 minutes?
5-minute recess.
Thank you.
The ordinance is already approved.
No, that's the old.
Okay. Let me
It's back in my building.
All right. This is your mobile, right?
Yes.
All right. Because I've been trying to call you. I looked for your. Go ahead.
203-499-8830.
All right. I'm like, I can't believe it. All these years I had your number. I don't have your number anymore. How are you?
You're a busy guy.
Yeah.
Busy
We got a lot going on. How are you doing?
Doing great.
Good.
Doing great.
Good. I'll call you. Let's have coffee or something.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to catch up.
Oh, that'd be great. So much. So much to talk about. But I will. You drink coffee?
I certainly do.
Okay, good.
I certainly
Let's
do.
do coffee.
All right.
I'll be looking forward to it. Hey, thanks for coming up. We appreciate it. It's going to be better. Wait till you see what it is. Let's see, where do I have it? I know it's in there somewhere, so, I mean, the ordinance is, here it is, page, tab 7, wait, tab 1. So after this, that's the minutes. There's the ordinance right here. He's trying to amend the ordinance, but the ordinance is already passed. This was the ordinance.
And these are statutory definitions.
Right, yeah.
So we're not changing we're not going to change
That's your
statutory.
ordinance.
Yeah, which complies
Based upon
with statutory definitions, yeah. Okay, so we can't change that.
Right.
I'm just going to say something too.
The ordinance is passed already. The ordinance is passed, you can't change it.
I'm going to comment something
Yeah.
else. The good thing is that when you get a ticket, the definition I was going to say is the definition of learning is a change in your behavior as a result of your experience. So if you're not hit with a ticket once, okay, maybe you didn't learn twice. At one point in time, you're going to change behavior.
You're going to change behavior, yeah.
So
yeah.
if it hits
Yeah.
one person or two people,
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a ridiculous argument, but yes. That was good. I didn't think of that. We used to show all those Ohio. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Yeah, got it. Shut. Yeah. Once the clients are coming in, there's some of that money to hire someone to manage it, hire an employee to manage it, but, believe it or not, I drive a house in Easement that are, it's the Aldermen, that are going to get caught on this. They're on Post Road and by that step, those schools. Live Oaks, that is awful the way they drive past that school. You come in from getting off at 41 sometimes, going to Oxford Road, coming from West Haven. Oh, they are? Shit, that's all right, I'll stop. That's all right, it's on.
Will the aldermen please take their seats? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the consultations here with the city attorney, these amendments that I was thinking about offering may not be procedurally ready, so I'm not, although I distributed copies to everyone, I'm not going to be offering them at this time. But with the indulgence of the chair, I would like to just say a few reasons why I think that this plan should not be passed on to the state of Connecticut. With your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just state my reasons for that. As you know, I voted against this as an initial matter. I do not think that these kinds of cameras and surveillance are a good idea. Our privacy is being changed in a way that I don't think is warranted by the potential benefits that are possibly offered by a plan like this. I think that as well there is plenty of evidence out there that these kinds of plans have not worked well in other areas. For example, earlier tonight someone talked about St. Louis. The city of St. Louis withdrew its plan after several bad accidents. Westchester has withdrawn its plan as well because they didn't like the way that it had begun to function, this plan, as a source of revenue, which was one of my initial concerns about this. This plan is going to be raising $3 to $4 million in additional revenues from, in large part, the citizens of Milford, although there was some belief that might be from people outside the city of Milford. And I referred to it as taxation by citation. And I don't think, in this state and in this city where we've already raised taxes so many times, that we should be raising revenues yet again. The surveillance that is going on in this city, we have a thing that's going to come up later on. Apparently there are surveillance cameras as we speak all over the city of Milford. I was unaware of that. In City Hall, maybe at Eisenhower Park, in a whole array of places. And the surveillance state is already here. I was unaware of how deeply it's here. This is going to be a major advancement of it. Our private information is going to be in the hands of the third party. I was extremely disappointed that the contract that we have approved by our ordinance does not include safeguards like sending out the contract for RFP. It does not include safeguards like requiring more than one bidder. It does not have a requirement of an annual audit, which is what my amendment would have done here, which I think is needed for purposes of, if they're going to be handling this outside third-party vendor, $3 to $4 million from our taxpayers, that they should be going through a mandatory audit every year. And I know that there's a requirement in the ordinance that we passed that our private data be destroyed, but there's no enforcement and no monitoring mechanism for that. My other amendment would have required that every year there be an outside party that go in and make sure that our private information is in fact being destroyed. And I've had discussions with the chief about this, and I am not comfortable that we have the kinds of mechanisms in place that we ought to have to make sure that our private data is not being compromised in some way. And I understand that people want to decrease the speed on our roads and the danger on our roads, but there isn't good data that shows that the implementation of this program is going to do that. And and even if there were some data to that, when we founded our country, the framers of our Constitution, our founding fathers, to paraphrase them somewhat, said that those who were willing to trade some of their liberty for security will find that they don't get either. And we are already well down that path. This takes us another step down that path. And we're going to see another item on our agenda here tonight that's going to take us yet further down that. down that path. So I don't disagree that there's a speeding problem in Milford. There is. I don't believe that this is going to be the answer to that. As well, I wanted to note for my colleagues here that there was even testimony on the underlying bill here in the state of Connecticut from an authority no greater than the former administrator of the New Haven Department of Traffic and Parking that indicated that these kinds of, especially the red light cameras, cause more accidents than they cure. So I think that this is, as I did before, not a good idea. I don't think it's good for Milford. I'm going to vote no now, as I did before, and I would urge my colleagues to rethink their position on this and to vote no, to hold this here and not send it up to the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'd just like to echo some of what Alderman Smith said. And I'm wary of increased cameras and in general. And this is not a reflection on the good work that the Milford Police Department do, and I don't find fault with them trying to pursue this route. But I do lay some of the blame on the General Assembly, who in 2020 passed the Police Accountability Act, which has had great ramifications on how our police operates. That law is the reason why, one of the reasons why we have to install these cameras, because within it, the police can't chase traffic violators. So I call on the General Assembly to revise and or repeal this law so we can allow our police to police and create a safer community. Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if this is out of order, but I promised her an answer on that question, and I think it's relevant. Can I do that? So I was asked a question about, and let me just package it this way, regarding audits, regarding how many accidents we're going to have and how effective the program is. In the first 18 months, we're required by law to audit, and then every year thereafter. And so some of the issues, here's what we need to include in the audits to the State General Assembly. Number of violations. Number of violations captured for speeding and for red light. Crashes that occurred at that site, at that location where cameras were installed. Description where images were not, where there was no fine issued. They want to know why. Okay, if you had these violations, why didn't you issue these fines? We're going to have to explain that. Also, an audit of the revenue, the percentage, and also the money that we receive, the money that, if any money comes out of the directly from the taxpayers to fund this program, we have to report that annually. And we also have to report the number of Milford residents versus non-residents. All that needs to be reported. The audit's conducted by my staff under my direction. And I don't think we're at a point where you stop trusting us, especially because we deal with some of the most sensitive information, from whether it be crime victims or I can go on and on. And so I think we can be trusted to audit and to comply with the law for license for these cameras. But so is that responsive to your question regarding, that second? You had asked me a second question, and I wanted to make sure. I know I packaged a lot in there, but
Yes, is that report also available to the public or to us?
yes, it's a public report.
Excellent.
I can send it here as well, and it goes up to the state. And don't forget, every 3 years we have to reapply.
Excellent. That answers it. Thank you.
Alderman Beatty.
Thank you, through you, Chairperson Vitro, to Chief Mello. I just wanted to comment on one point of agreement that I had with Alderman Smith about the contracts, but it's not an all or none proposition. My understanding is that contract bidding, that's best practice, and that at the state level, I don't know, in a time of retrenchment, they didn't have a chief of the Board of Contract Enforcement. That position was lost by attrition. It wasn't replaced. And Governor Lamont has replaced that and put some more teeth into that whole issue about contracts. But in the city, we can send things out to bid as best practice and entrust you. I'm sure that you would concur with that. So it doesn't have to be a reason to stop this project going forward, or to think that because it doesn't have enforceable contract bidding, that you won't do it. I assume you will. So that's a little bit confusing
Sure.
to
So,
state.
Hopefully to be responsive to your question, whatever the purchasing requirements set up by the city, set up by the Board of Aldermen, we'll adhere to that. And whatever those requirements are, we'll do that. We want to make sure that we get a plan that doesn't cost the city taxpayers anything. So there's some requirements. The rest of the requirements are probably listed in the statute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? I want to thank you, Chief, you and your staff for coming out tonight and answering all our questions. It's the safest I've felt in a long time in here.
Thank you.
Seeing there's no more discussion, all in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote. Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archeolo?
Yep.
Alderman Beatty?
Yes.
Alderman Bevan?
Yes.
Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
Yes.
Alderman Fowler?
Nope.
Alderman Healy?
Yes.
Alderman Jenkins?
Yes.
Alderman Marlowe?
Yes.
Alderman Mulrennan?
Yes.
Alderman Pacelli?
Yes.
Alderman Smith?
No.
Alderman Vitro? Yes. Alderman Vitale? Yes. Alderman Willis?
Yes.
13 yes, 2 no.
13 yes, 2 no. The motion passes. Thank you again, Chief. Alderman Pacelli, agenda item 8H.
Agenda item 8H, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for the attached agreement for construction, maintenance, and use easement for electronic charging stations at 0 River Street, and to authorize the mayor and city attorney to take all steps necessary, including signing all documents to effectuate said agreement.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Marlowe.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would guess to the mayor. Mayor, could you just explain this to me a little bit? Because where this easement is city property, correct? Where they're putting or where EV charging stations are supposed to go, and who has access to those charging stations? And are those part of this project and they're now moved to city property? I'm just trying to understand what this is. Thank you.
So, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Marlowe, the charging stations are accessible to the public, first and foremost. This was done in adoption to the ordinance, which did not allow for charging stations to be in parking garages. So the developer, MetroStar, of the property was kind enough to make this change and move the charging station, because he didn't have to, because he was grandfathered in prior to the ordinance being adopted, and to relocate them to a safer area outside of the structure on city property. So we're allowing the access in order to run the electrical line.
Okay, because on this drawing also it shows that there was EV charging stations within the MetroStar property. So are these in addition to those?
The EV charging stations from the original plan that were below grade in the parking garage were moved to the outside of the structure. The plan that you're looking at are those EV charging stations outside of the building?
The way I'm reading this drawing, it shows that there's EV charging stations as part of MetroStar, which would be on the upper deck of not in the basement, but on the upper deck.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Marlowe. The development agreement is signed. The parking garage is public parking. The deck parking is parking controlled by MetroStar. What they put there, we don't have any say in. So if he's putting EV charging stations, that's his own device. Following the passage of the ordinance prohibiting EV charging stations below grade due to the sensitive nature of the inability to put those lithium battery fires out. It took the below grade public parking 12 EV charging stations, and what's before you tonight is to take them from one public parking area to another public parking area.
Right, no, understood. I was just trying to clarify. So we have 20, basically, EV charging
12
stations. No, there's 12 in the easement, but there's more shown on this drawing as well.
Right.
So it's not our EV charging stations, I get that.
None of them are EV charging stations. The public have right to the 12. If the deck, that's controlled by the property owner, not by the city. The only parking spaces that we will control and be responsible for or allow the public unlimited access, subject to certain security protocols, is the public parking garage.
Understood.
It may be, the deck may be for parking for patrons of whatever businesses are located on the first floor of the development.
And if I could just ask as well, with these, is there any income from these? And who gets that?
So as part of the original development agreement, the cost of installation, maintenance for the EV charging stations is borne by the developer, not the city. So they will be paid EV charging stations, and they will be used to offset the cost of development. They're not, the city does not realize any income, but it has no responsibility for their maintenance either.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to, I guess, the city attorney as well. So looking at this diagram here, it shows the 8 charging stations that I understand are part of the developer's ability to choose whether they're going to be utilized or not. And then the 12 that he's asking for the easement from the city for. Am I reading that correct?
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Jenkins, I don't know for sure, but I know there's a state statute requiring a percentage of EV charging stations. I believe it's 20%.
Okay.
So that's why you have 20 EV charging stations. They were located 12 in the garage and 8 on the deck. And this board passed the ordinance taking it out of the garage and now adjacent to the public parking lot. That's how we think you get 20.
And that's where I was getting to. If there was a percentage that was a requirement, that's why we were adding the 12 to the 8 that the...
Correct.
Okay. And if this were voted down, the developer has the right to pull those back into the garage because it was prior to the ordinance that was passed?
Technically, yes, it was passed before the enactment of the ordinance precluding it, but there's 3 guys in white shirts that really wanted us in the back of the auditorium that really wanted these things outside of the underground garage.
Right, agreed. And that's why I'm asking that question, because otherwise they're going to get put back underground.
They have to be put by state statute, the EV charging stations, it needs to be 20.
Okay, thank you.
It's a bit of a conflict between interests there.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The easement language, right under the language that says that the recharging stations can be used by the general public. However, there's another sentence there that says that there's a further easement that's being granted. The grantor
Further, hereby grants to the grantee, its heirs, successors, and assigns an access and use easement in the easement area for the purpose of providing access to and from 64 River Street across and over the property through the easement area. So this easement is not just granting an easement to create these 12 EV charging stations. It's also granting ingress and egress to the project itself. Am I reading that last sentence correct?
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Smith, yes, you are, which is somewhat consistent with this board previously approved an emergency access easement for our fire apparatus,
right,
to get access, and obviously consistent with the development to provide access to somebody who drives an EV car that wants to park in the public garage and discovers, or maybe they read up on our ordinances that there's no EV charging stations below grade. They can access that public parking lot by driving across the development,
right,
accessing the lot.
And we had a conversation earlier today in which I wanted to reiterate here something that I'd said in some of the other contexts, was that putting aside, this is not the EVs we're talking, just this is the ingress and egress to the project itself. When the city of Milford is granting an easement, that's a property right that the city of Milford is granting to somebody else, and the city ought to get compensated for that. They ought to get paid for that. And in the future easements that are granted by the city, I hope that that's taken into account, because these developers, they're making money off this. This enhances his project, and in the private sector, as you well know, easements are bought and sold all the time. It's kind of standard fare. And here, maybe there's other consideration in this easement, but as a general matter, I think the city ought not to be giving away property rights. It ought to be getting compensated for them. So I just wanted to know that I think that this is not the right policy for Milford, to be giving away property rights without overt compensation. But for me, on this easement, more importantly, that project down there is, I think, an example of overdevelopment in the city of Milford. Whatever was sold to the Board of Aldermen many years ago, I don't think anyone thought that that thing was going to get looking like that. It's big. It's intrusive. It's, in my opinion, changing the character in downtown city of Milford. And I don't think it's a good idea. And I think that's happening all over the city of Milford. There's an array of these projects going up. That one down there on Bridgeport Avenue where the diner used to be is another one.
Mr. Chairman?
I think that this easement is granting enhancement to a project that is not a good project, and I think for those reasons, this easement should not be passed. And I would urge a no vote on this easement, because this easement is enhancing a project that is bad for the city of Milford. And I hope that this board and future zoning boards will pay attention to these projects and turn them down when they had the chance, as some of us said they should have done back when this passed. So I would urge a no vote on this because I think it's a bad project for Milford, and the project shouldn't be enhanced by anything we do here today. Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Pacelli.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Vitro. But as I understand it, we're a little late to the party to talk about whether or not that project is a good project or a bad project. I think what we're really trying to focus on here today is whether or not those EV charging stations that are required by law for the project to continue will be in a environment that is not underground, or whether it will be by virtue of action by this board put underground after we've recently passed an ordinance stating we don't want to see any more underground. So I understand, Alderman Smith, your dislike for the project, but I think that we should be mindful perhaps in the future of certain aspects of various projects and whether or not easements will or won't be given. But in this case, we need to look at this particular project, what the alternative will be if we don't move forward and pass this. Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Marlowe.
Through you, Mr. Chair, again to the city attorney. Who has control over these spaces? Because they were for train parking, correct? The commuter lot right there. And now we've effectively lost 12 spaces out of that lot unless you're an EV car, correct?
City controls a lot, it's public parking.
So, but again, you're now, these are EV stations, so can a normal car park in an EV space?
They're designated
I mean,
for
I know
electric vehicles.
physically it can, but legally, is it like a handicap spot unless you're handicapped?
That's outside my lane.
Well, I'm just asking because...
I know, but I don't do parking enforcement.
Chief?
There's no requirement.
There's no requirement. So this,
no state law that says...
even though these are EV and they're supposed to be by law, I guess, or by planning and zoning part of this project, they may not have the ability to use those.
I'm not aware of a box and a ticket form saying a gas-powered vehicle is parked in an electric vehicle charging station.
Okay, because basically this project has gained 12 spaces, right? Because it was inside, now they put it off.
The project hasn't gained 12 spaces, the public has gained 12 spaces.
But there's still 12 additional spaces because they're now off-site. The 12 that were inside the building are now off-site, but those 12
And that's
still
public
exist. Okay, so
That's
we
public parking.
have 12 additional spaces.
The city, the public has 12 additional spaces.
Okay.
Not the project, the city. The garage is public parking. The parking lot adjacent to the train station is public parking.
Mm-hmm.
You can go down the rabbit hole,
No, I'm
whether
not-
you believe on electric charge versus gas charge, but it's 12 additional spaces, correct?
No, I'm not looking to go down any rabbit holes. I just want to make sure that we're not losing valuable train parking spaces.
So you're
in the
gaining,
commuter lot.
you're gaining 12 spaces in the garage, and you're getting 12 EV charging spaces
Okay,
in the other lot.
thank you.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So that begs the question, officers, if there are, all 12 of those spaces are occupied by a gas-driven car, and somebody complains, do you ticket those cars?
No, there's no state law or no ordinance. You have to develop an ordinance.
So they can use the space with a regular, non-electric car? Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Alderman Marlowe.
I'd like to call a 5-minute recess.
5-minute recess.
Should we talk to Bob about nonsense?
Yeah, we're gonna, so after this nonsense, we're gonna.
We're not gonna get up.
No. And she has a 5-year plan. So, yeah, that's just discussed.
We're happy to.
I'm gonna talk about it. Yeah.
So is Fowler Field going before us?
That's going to be a thing. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. They're keeping it on.
We're back in session. Any more discussion on the motion? Yeah, Alderman Jenkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the board and everyone here, I guess. I don't like this. I don't like the idea of the city giving up that space and the easement. However, I think we fought long and hard to make sure that those EV stations were not underground. And I really think that this is a problem with this percentage that needs to be achieved. But that's neither here nor there. I have no control over that. And while I do not want to see this part of the city's property given up, I think the public safety is much more important with not having these stations underground, which is a high risk if we decline this. So I'm not in favor of it, but I guess I have to vote in favor of it.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have to, through you, I also have to agree with Alderman Jenkins, and I just hope our state representatives are listening to this, that they in some way can reduce that percentage, because we were going to go all EVs at one point, and we're going to be going in the opposite direction. But I would have to be, for all safety reasons, I would have to be voting yes for this. But please take heed up in Hartford. Thank you.
Alderman Marlowe.
Well, just as justification or for, I personally will be voting against this, and I would like to see the developer relook at this because he has plenty of deck space to put these EV charging stations on the deck that would eliminate them from being in the garage and still have the charging stations. So I'll be voting against it.
Any more discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archiola?
Yes.
Alderman Beatty?
Yes.
Alderman Bevan?
Yes.
Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
Yes.
Alderman Fowler?
No.
Alderman Healy?
Yes.
Alderman Jenkins?
Yes.
Alderman Marlowe?
No.
Alderman Morenon? Alderman Pacelli?
Yes.
Alderman Smith?
No.
Alderman Vitro?
Yes.
Alderman Vitale? Alderman Willis?
Yes.
12 yes, 3 no.
12 yes, 3 no. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Next item on the agenda is 8I, Alderman Pacelli.
Agenda item 8I, Board of Aldermen approval is hereby requested for the attached resolution regarding State of Connecticut Urban Act grant for the roadway and parking at Wilcox Park and Founders Walk project.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
I know there is.
Hi.
Yes.
Sorry, I understand that Senator James Maroney is here and he has a bit of a presentation for us.
Mr. Maroney. Senator Maroney, sorry.
Thank you. I have a presentation. Is it possible to turn on the screens and present that?
Please do. Do you have the remote there?
Okay. It's going to be too far. Okay. All right, good evening. All right, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me back here to give an update on the project. It has been a little bit of time since we were here, so I just wanted to walk through and just remind everyone really what we're doing here tonight. This project was voted on and approved in 2022. What you're voting on tonight is to accept state money for the project. You have two different sets of state bonding to vote on for the project. So just a little bit of a brief history of the project. You heard Buddy Preet earlier allude to Alan Plattis. It was actually in 1999 when he first started doing some charrettes, and the first plan of conservation and development that he did for the town of Milford, that he floated the idea of a river walk in downtown. The concept has been included in the plan of conservation and development. In the 2012 conservation and development, it mentions that the area down there is haphazard and potentially unsafe. That comes right out of the plan of conservation and development. In 2014, we, as a delegation, I was part of our House delegation at that time, myself, Representative Rose, Representative Davis, and Senator Schlossberg, secured bonding money from the state, and we did the first phase of the project. So the bonding was secured in 2014, and then the project, I believe, was completed in 2017 or 2018, and that was the walkway that's there now. As part of that, we also applied to the realtors to get a grant to do a master plan for the area, because the thought was we wanted it to be part of a longer-term vision for the area behind there. And having that master plan enabled us later on to go and apply for bonding money. So again, when I was part of the delegation as a state senator, I believe it was in 2019, we secured $1.5 million in bonding money. Myself, Representative Representative Kennedy, Representative Ferraro, and Representative Smith secured that bonding money. And then it wasn't until June 6th of 2022, let me go back, the board unanimously voted on by the Board of Aldermen to accept that money, and also, as you've seen in some of your other agenda items today, to authorize the mayor, city attorney, and the superintendent to effectuate the project. So it was voted on at that time. And August 1st of 2022, former Mayor Blake announced Founders Walk Steering Committee, which consisted of myself, Rich Jago, and former Alderman Connie Gaynor. And since from 2022 through 2024, we held 8 meetings, 8 publicly noticed meetings. 2 of those were public information session meetings at the library, which were broken into various stakeholders. So in one meeting, we invited the heavy users of that area, the Oyster Festival, the Junior Major League, the Little League, the Irish Festival. They were all invited, and then one was for the neighbors. Based upon those meetings, and project engineer Don is there, would be able to answer some questions, as well as our traffic engineer. Some plans were made. The residents of the condos brought up that it was kind of a rounded corner there. They were afraid people would be going around it too fast, so we squared that off. There were a few other changes we made after that stakeholdering process. This is the initial, what they called concept plan, which was drawn by Richter and Segan. So this is not the plan you've seen now, but it's very similar, right? And this is what the bonding was based off of, and what the initial approval of the aldermen was based off of. And you can see in that initial plan, the road was where we have proposed it now. That was a concept. It didn't include the sidewalks and the drainage and all of the other things that we've added in, like the crosswalks and sidewalks. This plan has really always been about safety. And there's some articles from the Milford Mirror. You can see July 30th of 2023, again, the headline was to update unsafe road. And there are comments from people praising the project when the Aldermen initially voted on it in June of 2022. Again, according to that 2012 Plan of Conservation and Development, the design of the area is haphazard, confusing, and potentially unsafe. And from 2020 to 2025, only 4 accidents have occurred according to the police statistics back there. But I think what we heard earlier mentioned was the near misses, right, that aren't captured by statistics. And so the library is the closest area there, and they receive the bulk of the complaints, I think, with people coming in. While they don't track the complaints, I asked employees of the library to share some of the issues that they've seen, and that's what the next couple of slides are going to be. We paraphrased their email, so it's not their word for word, but it's what they had sent to me. But because this project was so important to the library, Chris Angeli, the former librarian, sat in on all of our committee meetings and asked to be updated on all of the meetings. So this is a picture of where you get dropped off right now if you are coming across, if you're either in a wheelchair or you're pushing a baby stroller across the footbridge. You're dropped where that red arrow is in the middle of a road, and if you want to go back to the library, there's no sidewalk there. And so this came from the email. If people take the ramp coming across Hotchkiss Bridge, they have to walk in the road in order to join up at Founder's Walk. Someone using a walker or chair has to go all the way past where the digital sign is just to get back onto the sidewalk. This puts them in the path of cars making the nearly 90-degree turn to drive towards the water and creates a dangerous blind spot. So again, improving the transition off the bridge and rerouting the road with clearly marked signs will help make that area safer, we believe. And again, I think it should be said that there's no perfect plan, right? There's no plan that we can utilize that space that would be perfect, right? But what we're looking at is trying to improve the overall safety of the area behind there and mitigate any potential harms that have been identified. And you can see here, and I just experienced it this weekend, when you're coming out of, if you're parking in the 2 lots by the Little League lots are not the current code. The spacing there is not the current code. It's tight. They're on 2 different levels. But when you're leaving there, if you look at that island where the arrow points, it's not clear that you're entering into a new road, an active road that's coming around there. I almost forgot that when I was coming this weekend, that there was another car coming out on the road. But this is again from an email from one of the library employees. One of the more dangerous sections is where the road goes between the traffic island and the main parking area. There have been multiple close calls with people backing out of parking spaces into the road while cars are coming at them from 2 directions down the hill and around the corner from the marina. And again, we'll be rerouting the road around the parking lot, so the active road will no longer go through the parking lot. It'll be more clearly delineated. There will be sidewalks and crosswalks to eliminate that existing traffic island hazard. And further, we are creating additional islands in the road, and we'll have the traffic engineer talk about that, but those are part of what we call traffic calming measures to make the road look narrower so people will slow down and just reducing the overall visibility. Also, it should be noted when we show a picture, let's go through this. I put it in a PowerPoint to keep you on task, so I'll read through. The road through the library parking lot is an actual street, making it more active and dangerous than a typical parking lot. And again, this comes from an email. It's paraphrasing the email. We cleaned up the grammar a little. There is not currently adequate space for cars to pull in and out of parking spaces without interfering with the road. And you can see those cars are backed right up onto the active road. Cars much larger than a sedan stick out into the road when parked, and cars on the road have to swerve to avoid them. And again, the front row there, the very bottom row, is right along where the basketball courts are. So if you've ever been there for Hoops by the Harbor, or when they're doing the concerts, you know how crowded that area is.
adequately sizing the parking lot, and again, bringing all the parking spaces up to current codes with clearly marked signs and safety measures help make the areas safer. Additional safety improvements. So this is a rendering of what it will look like. Again, I know people have trouble visualizing from an actual design drawing what it might look like. So I used my own money to hire someone to create these renderings. So they're close, but they don't have everything, right, that's in there. So it's not being built off of this. 1,700 linear feet of new sidewalks, 6 crosswalks total, right, Don? I believe it's 6 crosswalks in the project. Repaired sidewalk around the pavilion. So there's currently a trip hazard around the pavilion. The sidewalk is raised in some places, so we'll be fixing that. Updated traffic flow and a new book drop by the library. A new fire hydrant was requested, which puts a fire hydrant down in that area. There currently isn't one, so it'll get the fire hydrant closer to the boat ramp. Unfortunately, this number is inaccurate on the parking spaces. When we went for another approval, they made us put in more handicap spaces, which are a little larger. So Don, what's the actual number of parking spaces total? I believe it's 228. I think we're at a total of 228, because they made us add, I forget if it was eight handicap spaces. So, and there's 3 charging spaces. Traffic calming measures, including narrowing the roadway and adding smarter traffic islands. Again, it was mentioned before, the flooding that happens down there after rainstorms. Right now, the drainage system takes all of the water off of New Haven Avenue under there. And so we're doubling the diameter of one of the outflow pipes, which, you know, the area is pi r squared, so it gives you 4 times the volume, right, of water that you can move through there. So the hope then is to significantly improve the drainage through there. And here are some more flooding pictures. And these were sent by residents of the condos there. They had sent me these pictures asking me when we were going to start the project. So this is a map. Again, this came from one of the design drawings. I tried to colorize it to make it a little easier. It's hard with all of when it's black and white with all of the little things drawn in to kind of see. So I tried to add color in to make it a little more clear. And you'll see the road isn't straightened as much as you're changing the curve. Instead of it curving like this, it now goes and curves like that. The relocation and updating of portions of Shipyard Lane, reconfiguration of the existing parking lots. And again, where I clipped this picture, you can't see the base. Nothing is touched on the baseball field, so all of the baseball fields are still there. Storm drainage improvements, installation of sidewalks to facilitate safer pedestrian movements. There's also improved signage throughout the area. Installation of a municipal water line and fire hydrant. The river walk along the Wepwag River. And again, it's the spaces have been updated. And in order to get to the point where we are now, the traffic engineer, Silver Petroselli and Don Smith, have gone through the approvals, so we had to go to the traffic authority, the fire marshal, the office of the state traffic authority, and the letter I'm showing is from the office of the state traffic authority, basically saying that they don't, we had to apply to see if we need to redo the intersection with New Haven Avenue. And their finding was that it won't significantly increase the traffic through there because it's not changing the use, right? So they don't think there'll be additional traffic through there. And it should be noted that, and it's not me, this is the Office of the State Traffic Authority who has every reason to say, we want you to redo that intersection, right? But their belief was it wasn't going to significantly change that. The other thing is, it's not a new road. I think that's an important thing to remember. This is an existing road, so if you're using an existing Google map or something, it would already take you through there potentially. It's not going to be adding new people through there. We had to have Army Corps approval, deep and Milford inland wetlands. So for the project, and again, there's some more renderings of what it might look like. As of now, it's 100% state funded. Just breaking it down, it's $365,000 for design, construction administration, $2.862 million for construction, $71,000 to do a parking lot overlay, and then a $362,000 contingency. We'll also try to obtain additional money so that we can do some additional upgrades through the budget process in the legislative session. And in the construction timeline, it will probably be a year and a half or so, because we do have to break down around heavy use of the area. These are the things that have been discussed. We'd be trying to increase the heights of the fence for protection from foul balls, adding a fenced-in area for fans watching the baseball games, again, so that they don't have to worry about someone running away while they're watching the game, and then adding additional signage to crosswalks, and this is something we need to explore. We definitely know we can get those signs you put in the middle of the road that say, state law says you have to stop for pedestrians, and then we'll also explore, based on cost and how much additional funding, we can obtain the flashing lights like we have in downtown. So, let's see. Yeah, that's just, again, the picture of an aerial design. And here's some more of the, I don't want to make people dizzy, okay? Let me go slowly through. Here's some more renderings of what it might look like. And again, in addition to the safety improvements, it also creates a new gathering space along the water. It's environmentally friendly, right? You don't want impervious surface near the water, but it's also, people like to gather near the water and like to have outdoor gathering spaces. And so it'll kind of match what's been done on the other side of the harbor, where we've created the nice walking spaces to go to Listman Landing. And again, these are our renderings. And then this is the actual design. You can see why I try to colorize it. That gets a little confusing looking at that. But, and then I guess from there, I'll just leave it to see if anyone has any questions. I believe in the plan that was presented earlier for the traffic cameras, it did, they were on pages 14 and 21. It does allude to Shipyard Lane improvements. So if you wanted to look and see what it said in that plan. But with that, again, thank you to everyone who's come out. I think Charlie Montalbano said it, that how lucky are we to live in a community where everyone is so passionate, and we know we want to work together for what's better for the community and to protect our children. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'll open it up for questions or turn it back to you.
Alderman Archeolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Senator Maroney. I apologize if this was outlined in a previous discussion, but is any of the money for this project going to improve the bridge itself? I noticed that the planks of it are a bit dry, and I didn't know if any part of that was in discussion.
I'm going to ask Don. I don't believe so, but...
Just for the record, Donald Smith Jr., professional engineer, designer of the project. We're not touching the bridge itself, but the ramp going up to the bridge on the park side, some of those railings that curve down along the bottom of the ramp has got some spalling on it, so that, yes, that ramp was going to be improved. The handrails were going to be repaired and improved, but not the bridge itself. We weren't touching the bridge, but the ramp, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then the other thing is we're building a new patio at the base of the footbridge there, so there'll be a new event space there with stadium steps.
Right, the patio at the base of the stairs was going to get larger to take up that corner and leave room for the dedicated river walk going down along the river, yes.
So restoration of that, I would say should take up with Public Works.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sure.
After hearing a lot of people speak about the safety of the speeding that goes on all over the city. Is there a possibility of implementing speed bumps in that area at all? I literally slow down the traffic that goes in there.
So, in our discussions with Sergeant Kraniak, we did not put any speed bumps in. The speed bumps are you know, there's many different kinds of speed bumps. There's the short little ones that people just fly right over and boom, 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 boom. Other speed bumps or speed tables are a lot longer or a lot bigger and go curb to curb. But in discussion, I felt that speed bumps or speed tables was not appropriate. The road itself is a 24-foot wide road from curb to curb, so it's it's kind of a narrow residential street. And then the one section by the basketball court before we get to that first crosswalk, the road necks down to about 21 feet, so it comes down narrower. So as you're coming down, driving down, you're going to see that road narrowing. You're going to feel that road narrowing. The normal reaction is to slow down. So by narrowing it for a short section, that has the same effect as a speed bump, maybe even better, but slowing traffic down before they get to that crosswalk, that first crosswalk.
I have a question.
Alderman Beatty.
Thank you, Chairperson Vitro, through you. Thank you, James, and to the consultants for that and the presentation. I had one question about the financing. I've been around since, I didn't see my name up on there, but I thought that...
You were there at that meeting, but you weren't at the time of the vote. It didn't say in the notes. So I could send you the link to the attendance.
So anyway, so certainly I've been involved. But I had a question. There was, it was an ample amount, the disposable income or whatever we called it, undesignated, was almost 10% of the total project, 310,000. But is that eaten up by overruns, and then so you really wouldn't have that? Because I have a suggestion for that money.
Well, there are actually things we had to modify the project to get it down, and so what we got was unit item pricing. So there are certain things that we'll add back in, but that's a contingency. We want to make sure that we have enough money to build the project, and then from that contingency, there are certain things that will get added back in. But we are looking, again, during this session, looking to secure additional funding.
Right.
For the project as
So
well.
there is wiggle room to make suggestions.
There is
too.
wiggle.
So thank
Correct.
you for that. And then this is, I've seen the diagrams before, held them in the hand before, but having them up with you explaining them was helpful. Now, the public testimony by the residents, the one compelling piece that struck me, that still remains, is thinking of the road. And somebody said, well, with the fencing, the cyclone fence on each side, even though it's narrowed, et cetera, and they're worried about the children there. And my question was, have you considered bollards? So it's just like Chairperson Vidro mentioned speed bumps, but the bollards that are used that are permanent instead of, I mean, what kind of fencing is it going to be? Cyclone fencing, but more permanent bollards that are used, not just, we think of them for bicycle paths, but they're actually used wherever you have mixed use, meaning cars and walkers. And so for walkable cities, they're using bollards, even though cycling is not an issue. Would you consider bollards? It seems like that would be a reasonable...
Yeah, we have bollards at, let's say, both ends of the Riverwalk itself to open that up and keep traffic out of the Riverwalk. But if there was a desire to put some bollards along the curve, along the baseball field, along that area there, certainly we could add more bollards to the project, yes.
Yeah. Thank you for the suggestion, Alan. We'll take that back because we'll take that back with us and discuss that. Thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you.
Alderman Vasselli.
Thank you, Chairman Vitro, through you to Senator Maroney. So something was brought up today, and I'm not sure where this leaves us. If we go forward, we're voting on appropriation of funds. And I understand how also where the decision whether or not to do that is somewhat based on what the plan is and what it's going to look like. At what point does there exist what I'll call a final plan, like the money's appropriated, you're still working on bidding. I understand there might be a planning and zoning component to this going forward. Money, let's say hypothetically money's appropriated today and throughout the process you have an approval so you could proceed. Then it's up to you to just continue to take the community comments into consideration to potentially add items here and there. Is that how that would work? Or would there be a circumstance where it's going to come before another group, planning and zoning, or us again? Although I think I heard you say there may be more money involved at some point, and so it may come before us again at that point. But please just share what you can on that.
Yeah, and so we've gone out to bid on the project already, which is why we ended up needing to get the extra $1 million from the state, because the bids came in higher, and it was based on an estimate that was done 8 years ago, and because of inflation, the prices came in higher. And again, that's the one thing I would caution people about, and we see from a lot of projects, like building a new police station maybe. The longer we wait, the more expensive it gets, right? So the longer we keep putting off this project, if we put it off, it could get more expensive, right? And we know the drainage issue, and actually the drainage is another thing that kind of drove up the cost, because when we did the initial plan, the concept plan, they couldn't see underground, right, as much, and didn't know exactly how much upgrade we would need to do. But we have gone out to bid, we received bids, the prices are only good through April.
The prices?
Prices for the bid?
Yeah, are still valid, yes.
Are still valid through April. So we will be contracting, but then it's going to be done in a phased way, because we have to break down during the heavy usage of the area. We can't have construction going on when Oyster Fest, Oktoberfest, Irish Fest, heavy baseball season time. So there will be time that we may have to do what they call add alternates to the project.
Right, and if I may, just as a follow-up, so at what point would there be a finalization, I guess, of some of the safety mechanisms that people have heard brought up, such as fencing and netting and things of that nature? Is that in the plan now, or are those items that, I guess anything on that plan is subject to change within the bids? We're approving the appropriation, we're not approving the plan itself.
Right, and anything could change. I think we were going to add those things before we signed the contract, to add them in as the add alternates. And then when they're in as an add alternate, I'll have a number to go secure the funding for those plans.
Understood. And I want to I know everyone has a different opinion on the roadway, and certainly, I've spent, I spent significant amount of time down by the ball field, the basketball court. I'm there a lot with my children, and I've seen some really close calls coming around that curve, coming off the bridge, with the kids that are, they had pizza or they've had a burger or whatever, or ice cream, and they come running across. And I know that is a blind turn over there. And again, I know there is no perfect way to handle some of these issues, but that's an issue. That'll be solved by this. And then, of course, if this project goes forward, there's other concerns, right, related to the roadway cutting somewhat close to the baseball and the basketball courts. And if in fact this project is approved here, I think it's imperative that the final version continue to take into account all of the stakeholders and all of the safety items that can possibly be packed in. And if there is an opportunity for some additional funds, make it a very long list of items that can be added on in that regard, so that the basketball people, the baseball people, and even the neighbors going along on the other side, worrying that it's going to be a racetrack up to their houses, are benefiting from those funds to the extent that everything can be made as safe as possible in all regards. And it's just hard because we're being asked to vote on a project. We know what it looks like and we know where it's going, but there's obviously a lot of community concern, and it's not exactly final until it is final when it comes to the design. But it's just clear that the safety concerns just have to be taken to the maximum. Thank you.
Thank you. And Don, I believe there's a new stop sign that will be added at where the road dumps out by the boat launch ramp. There's a stop sign, correct, before 90? So currently, if you're going through the road as you come around, you go by the footbridge, it's a long straight way till you get out through Wilcox Park. Now, when it goes at the boat launch ramp, there'll be a stop sign where you'll have to take a 90-degree left turn. So it should, in some ways, slow traffic out going out into the neighborhoods. Of course, there's already a stop sign at the top of the road, and people don't stop for that now, I guess. But it should, because of the fact that you're taking a 90-degree turn from a stop sign, it should slow traffic because they won't have the same amount of ramp, right, to straightaway to accelerate.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the Senator. As we look at those renderings, it looks fantastic. So by the time we put all the safety features up, fencing, speed bumps, humps, signs, and everything else, aesthetically it's not going to really play out to what the renderings really give us that visual of. That's a question. It's just a rhetorical kind of thing, just making an observation here. The question I have is this total project paid for? Is it the state? Do we have the money for this project?
We have the money. It has to be voted to be accepted. So once you vote tonight on 1.75 million, that'll bring up the total state funding to 3.65 million for the project.
So if we vote tonight on the money, is this rendering, we're voting on two of the, we're voting as we see and as you're presenting this tonight?
The rendering showed the full build out of the project.
What? I can't hear you.
The rendering showed the full build out of the project. So there were some things that we ended up having to.
So basically it will go through the way it looks now?
Yeah.
Okay. Conceptually, this project was dreamt up, created in 1999, did you say? Did I hear that?
It was the initial start when Dean Allen Plattis started floating the idea.
Now it's 2025.
Yes.
It takes 3 years, you say average of 3 years to build. Then we're going to talk about 30 years. Some of those kids who played ball there are now probably have kids playing ball there and are concerned. So my point that I'm getting at a 30-year-old project, when some of these people were admonished coming up and saying, well, you should have been at that meeting we had 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Things have changed. Attitudes have changed. Situations have changed. So when you hear the idea of safety, I mean, we've got to listen. We've got to listen. Oh, maybe the right angle or the 90-degree angle is going to slow traffic down. Oh, maybe making the road a little narrower is going to slow traffic down. We got people here who say people speed at any rate, at any particular point in time. These, I think, are considerations that need to be considered, and I think time, the passage of time with a 30-year-old project, I need to think it needs to be revisited. It needs to be freshened by thought and processes from not only this board on safety, but also the public. So my question is, why can't we come up with some other plan for that road, reconfigure it? And as it stands, do we now have to remodel or revamp the basketball, the tennis, all those courts are going to stay the way they are, moved or what?
Everything stays where it is. It was designed to work around that. This project itself is not 30 years old. The idea is 30 years old. This project was voted on in 2022. So that was the official initiation of this project.
But
So the meetings have been...
Conceptual piece was a long time ago. Things have changed today. I think we need to listen to our constituents. This happens to be in the 5th District. It's my district. And the fact is, I've gotten calls on it, I've gotten concerns about it, and I think we need to look at the road. Because at this point, if that road is not refigured or configured differently, I'm a no vote on this. I can't support this project. So that's where I stand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Alderman Archeolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. In the event that the project is completed and the contingency is not used, what happens to the funds set aside for the contingency?
I think that the plan is to keep adding on to the project through the contingency. So I don't think there's...
Maybe we can fix the bridge.
That would be a great thing that would happen if we had all the contingency.
All right, cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Alderman Marlowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Senator Maroney, I guess comments and questions mixed in there. When we looked through the slides, I saw my name up there that I was in favor of when we initially started this, and it was a very conceptual thing at that time. And I want to, first of all, say thank you to you and your committee. You've done a great job on this, looking at this. But, now here's the big but with this, right, is that I'm in favor of improving back there, but I think what I heard from all the constituents that have talked to me is the road is the issue going through there. And while my kids have played down there, and now my grandkids probably will be playing down there, and the whole one of the great things down there was it was this one connected area between the ball fields and where the playground was, and the parents are sitting there watching their kids play ball, and the other one goes over to the playground and doesn't have to worry about crossing a road to get to the playground from when their brother or sister is playing on the ball field. And that's a real concern to me. And I would have to agree that with Alderman Vitale right now is that if we appropriate the money, what I'm hearing is that the road is going to happen within this project here. And I can't support that road going through there, as much as I don't want to say that we don't want to take money and do improvements. Is there any way that money could be used to make what's there function better? I mean, drainage is an easy thing, right? You showed the drawings of the flooding that takes place down there, but it seems that if we can address drainage with putting a road in, we should be able to address drainage even if there's not a road there. And with the roadway along the sidewalk and along when you walk over the bridge, couldn't there be walks and stop signs and lights or whatever put in there to alleviate that problem? It seems like we're just taking a problem from this side of the project and moving it over to the other side. We're not eliminating the road, we're just moving it over where there's more kids and more traffic and more pedestrian traffic. So I'm just having a tough time with that, and I really can't support that right, for me anyway.
And unfortunately, there's no perfect solution.
Understood.
We're trying to mitigate potential harms by moving it over there, by having more crosswalks, by having the signage, by narrowing the road. And then also they're creating the gathering space along the water is an added benefit as well. So, and we are listening. We are going to try to, we had someone approach after one of the meetings to a donor who said they would pay to raise the fence for the foul balls when they heard that issue, as well as putting a fence around the area where people are watching so that the kids can stay in there. And no, I understand. I played on that field. My father played on that field. My son played on that field.
it's a real connection to everybody in Milford.
I think everyone in
that
Milford
feel
is connected
down
to that
there.
area. And that's the other thing to remember, is that's one of the most used areas of Milford, and it needs a facelift. A little bit in the area.
It absolutely needs a facelift, and I'm in agreement with that. I just wonder if the funds could be used to improve what we have. Thank you.
Alderman Beatty.
Thank you, Chairperson Vitro. Through you to Senator Maroney. Would you put up the slide that showed the state and local safety approvals, because that impacted me greatly. It was a question I was going to ask this evening. Because we're listening to the residents' testimony, the Office of the State Traffic Authority at the state level, and then in addition to locally. So we're approving the monies tonight, if I say I am, and the essence of the project doesn't mean, it may change, and those changes will be to address the safety concerns. It is a leap of faith in one way that we're doing the money. We get another shot at this because it's going to planning and zoning, and it will come back to us. So those enhancements, I take it, will be considered, and we have another chance to discuss that particular plan, correct? So in that way, I am satisfied.
Thank you.
Alderman Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Senator Maroney. James, you mentioned something up there that showed that in the past 5 years there had been 4 accidents in the road as it currently is.
4 in the area, the general area around there. I think some of them were up into Wilcox Park, so there weren't as many reported accidents, but as I said, from speaking with the library, they all often hear of near misses, and I think we heard that mentioned earlier today. It's not always the accidents, but it's the near misses that are not reported.
I'm wondering about statistics or a history of pedestrians that have been hit. Is there a record in the past 5, 10, 15 years that any pedestrians have been hit in that area?
It wasn't given to me, so I don't think so. I didn't ask for it, but I don't think it was. Yeah, you would have included it if there were any. Yeah.
So if what I'm hearing is no, there have not. So I think that I'm in agreement with Alderman Marlowe, who says that I can't support putting a road closer to where children play versus where they travel to cross a bridge. Alderman Vitale suggested there may be adjustments, amendments that can be made to the road as is, a stop sign that makes this road turn into a 90-degree instead of a curve. I see trees that create a blind spot. If those trees were not there, it's more visible. I just can't support putting a road where you and I played baseball and had siblings and friends whose children were running back and forth to playgrounds and fields. I too, if that road is going through the middle, have to vote no.
And I understand it. I understand it is inconvenient and not ideal, but also throughout the town there are many playgrounds that are along roads, right? There's Daniel Lawson Field has a road and a parking lot abutting the fence. Grove Circle, the Grove Field, is abutting a road. So it's not ideal, but we make do in those other instances.
Alderman Federico.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Senator Maroney, can you talk a little bit about who owns what in terms of this project between the state and the city and the committee, and most importantly, who has the final say on the design?
Yeah, this is a city project. It's state funded. Mayor Blake had appointed the building committee, and I'd have to ask the city attorney officially, but we went out to bid.
Yeah, the only place that we have state property is when you first come in on Shipyard Lane off of New Haven Ave. It's part of the New Haven Avenue right-of-way. But as soon as you get halfway down the library building, going down the hill, that state right-of-way ends, and now we're totally in the park. So there is no state right-of-way impacts. There's no, it's all town land. That's the road now and going to be the road later. So the only place that we have a tie-in to state property is up at New Haven Avenue.
Ari, who signs off on the final design and who makes sure that the work gets done? Who oversees the work?
The building committee selected the design team, and then it's a design, a construction management, because we didn't know if we had at the time, if we had the capacity within the city to oversee the project. So when it was put out to bid, we hired a designer who would also do the construction management. So Silver, Petroselli, and Don are our construction management.
And in terms of an engineering standpoint of approval of the design, your city engineer has been involved, the engineering department has been involved, and then DEP and Army Corps, they were more focused on the drainage and on the impacts of that stormwater runoff into the Weppawag. They weren't so much looking at the roadway, but they were very interested in the storm drainage, the flood protection measures as part of the storm drainage and that. So, but engineering has been involved with this project since I've been involved on it.
So who will say at the end that these are the safety features we're going to have and these are sufficient?
It would be the building committee.
The committee?
It's ultimately the building authority. Building committee has the ultimate authority based on input from myself as a professional engineer, Kermit Wise, our professional traffic engineer, in terms of pavement markings and pavement signage and those things. You know, we're presenting, you know, what we have as a good project.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Bevan.
I would like to make an amendment to the original motion to read, Board of Aldermen approval is hereby requested for the attached resolution reference State of Connecticut Urban Act grant for the roadway and parking at Wilcox Park and Founder's Walk project, provided none of the funding be used to reconfigure Shipyard Lane as proposed in the current Founder's Walk Phase 2 plans. The purpose of this legislation intent, this amendment would authorize these funds to be used for the beautification of Wilcox Park area and not to reconfigure Shipyard Lane. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The amendment has been read and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll vote on the amendment. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Roll call vote. Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archiola?
No.
Alderman Beatty?
No.
Alderman Bevan?
Yes?
Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
No.
Alderman Fowler?
Yes.
Alderman Healy?
No.
Alderman Jenkins?
Yes.
Alderman Marlowe?
Yes.
Alderman Mulrennan? Alderman Pacelli?
No.
Alderman Smith?
Yes.
Alderman Vitro?
No.
Alderman Vitale? Yes. Alderman Willis?
No.
8 noes, 7 yes.
8 noes, 7 yes. The amendment fails. On the original motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call vote. Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archiola,
Yes.
Alderman Beatty,
Yes.
Alderman Bevan,
No.
Alderman Casey,
No.
Alderman Federico,
Yes.
Alderman Fowler,
No.
Alderman Healy, Alderman Jenkins,
No.
Alderman Marlowe,
No.
Alderman Mulrennan, Alderman Pacelli,
Yes.
Alderman Smith,
No.
Alderman Vitro, Alderman Vitale, Alderman Willis.
Yes.
8 yes, 7 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 7 no. The motion passes. Next item on the agenda is Agenda 8I, Alderman Pacelli. I'm sorry, that was 8I. 8J.
Agenda item 8J, Board of Aldermen approval is hereby requested for the attached cash advance regarding State of Connecticut Urban Act grant for the roadway and parking at Wilcox Park and Founders Walk project.
The motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote. Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archiola,
Yes.
Alderman Beatty,
Yes.
Alderman Bevan,
No.
Alderman Casey,
No.
Alderman Federico,
Yes.
Alderman Fowler,
No.
Alderman Healy, Alderman Jenkins,
No.
Alderman Marlowe,
No.
Alderman Mulrennan, Alderman Pacelli,
Yes.
Alderman Smith,
No.
Alderman Vitro,
Yes.
Alderman Vitale, Alderman Willis.
Yes.
8 yes, 7 no.
The vote was yes, 8 yeses, 7 noes. The motion passes. Alderman Pacelli, Agenda 8J. 8K.
Agenda item 8K, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for the attached resolution regarding reallocation of state bond commission funds.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote. Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archiola,
Yes.
Alderman Beatty,
Yes.
Alderman Bevan,
No.
Alderman Casey,
No.
Alderman Federico,
Yes.
Alderman Fowler,
No.
Alderman Healy, Alderman Jenkins,
No.
Alderman Marlowe,
No.
Alderman Mulrennan, Alderman Pacelli,
Yes.
Alderman Smith, Alderman Vitro,
Yes.
Alderman Vitale, Alderman Vitale. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Alderman Willis,
Yes.
8 yes, 7 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 7 no. Motion passes. Alderman Pacelli. Ordinance, the report of standing committees, the Ordinance Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Vitro. At the Ordinance Committee meeting held earlier this evening, the Ordinance Committee voted in favor of moving forward to bring items 12A, 1, 2, and 3 before the entire Board of Aldermen for consideration. At this point, I'll introduce item 12A1. I'll do these one at a time. An ordinance appropriating $2,200,000 for the design and construction of sanitary sewers and wastewater facilities, and authorizing the issuance of $2,200,000 in bonds of the city to meet said appropriation, and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowings for such purpose.
A motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is Director Saley still here by any chance?
Good evening, everyone. Wasn't sure if we were ever going to get here, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Smith has a question for you.
If I could, Director Saley, last year, as I recall it, at the time of a bonding request for sewers, there was, I believe, $500,000 that was going to be invested in a study, as I recall it, that was going to outline the renovations and upgrades that were needed for the Milford sewer system.
You have a better memory than I, but I believe there is going to be a study being done, yes. This money that's been put aside, though, was specific for general maintenance on the pump stations, miscellaneous pump stations in regards to upgrading the pumps.
All right, but that other study, notwithstanding the fact that money was put out for it, hasn't yet been done, or is it done?
That's correct.
Has it been started?
I don't believe so, no.
Chairman? Oh, Mr. Chairman? As a liaison to the Sewer Commission, may I answer Alderman Smith's question? So the study has to be done at a certain time of year, and they didn't have the funding in time. I think it's the spring. They didn't have the funding in time to do the study last spring. So it had to be postponed.
So
They
then
missed the window. So they're catching it this year.
The wet season, as you're saying, yes.
All right. So then, what stations are these funds for?
As I've explained, we leave it kind of vague, but we have 43 pump stations, and at the present time, we're looking at Lindsey King, who is the superintendent of wastewater, makes an evaluation on what is the most pressing stations. So, and we leave it vague for that reason, but it's to upgrade the pumps that are in most of these pump stations.
All right, well, thank you. I mean, among the reasons that I voted against that bonding request last year was because there was no plan. And I thought the ameliorating part of that anyway was that there was money for a plan. And now I hear that the plan not only hasn't been done, it sounds like it hasn't even been started. And without an overall plan, it strikes me that this is, I don't know, Band-Aids. This money is being spent as you guys see problems coming up without any overall oversight or where we're going with it. So I think that this bonding request suffers from the same one that the bonding request that was here a year ago suffered from, which is we don't have an overall plan. We may have overall needs, but we don't know how these pump stations fit into what that prioritization, what that plan ought to be for the city of Milford. And until we do have that plan, I don't think that bonding is warranted. So I'm, as I was last year, I'm a no again this year, and I hope, I heard here tonight that study that's already funded but hasn't been done yet, there's a time of year when you can do it and a time of year when you can't do it. Well, we've been through 12 months. If every single month in that 12 months was a time that you couldn't do it, I hope in the next 12 months you find a time when that study can get done and some kind of a plan can be presented to the Board of Aldermen so that those of us who feel that that's an important part of what we're doing here, can be done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I could just respond to that, I think what was mentioned tonight was there was bonded money. By the time that the bonded money was put into effect, the season to do the testing for this major plan, this $500,000 plan, had passed. And to get the best value for the plan, you have to wait for the wet season. That's number one. Number two, the $2 million that we're asking for is to general maintenance. An example, I'll use the analogy, you don't run a car without changing the tires every 25,000 miles. And that's these pumps. We treat over 10 million gallons between the 2 treatment plants and the 43 pump stations. So it gives the opportunity for the person that's the expert, who's Lindsey King, and his assistants to decide where the best value is for these replacements of pumps.
Alderman Healy.
Thank you, Chairman Vitro, to Director Saley. At a recent meeting, I take to heart the comments that are just made by Alderman Smith, and at a recent meeting as a liaison to the Public Works Committee, Vice Chair, we had a discussion about the pump stations, and there are 43. And we asked, and a suggestion was made, looking for more detail relative to the 43 pump stations, the whole infrastructure for every single one, the year maintenance schedule, for these. You're talking about the pump stations, we're talking about generators, and, so if I'm going back for 4 years, we have allocated almost $13 million by the Board of Aldermen on an ongoing basis. This is the same number you're asking for this year that we did in 24. 23 was $4,675,000. 22 was $3,811,500. So we're close to $13 million. And what I'm looking for, and I assume what Alderman Smith is looking for, is the preventive maintenance plan, the total overall picture, of this. We can track the 43 pump stations. I could do it on an Excel spreadsheet and age the systems out and know what needs to be done and when it needs to get done. The other discussion that came up at the Public Works, you had identified new software for tracking all the Public Works vehicles, so you have them on a regular maintenance schedule and so on, which is terrific.
Yes.
So what we're looking for, you're saying that this $2.2 million is bonding that's needed to do general maintenance on these systems. Can you give us a timeline as to when we could have a comprehensive report, the testing done, as indicated, for the 500,000? Because we're just trying to grasp this continuing bonding process. Because my next question would be back relative to the performance of the bonds to the finance director, and where we're going. What's our strategy? What's our long-term plan? You had indicated that Milford has more pump stations than most others because of how the infrastructure was originally put in.
That's correct. So you mentioned the 2 different bonding packages that we had. The 3.2 million was for 5 of the smaller pump stations in the city, and I'll get you that list. That was 2022 or 2023. The 3.3 was for Rogers Ave, which is one of our bigger pump stations, and that's in the process. The lead time on that equipment, though, with everything else that's going on, is almost a year. So there's been a little bit of a drag time with those things. But I will get you the other information you requested.
But you have a subordinate to you that, runs this area of responsibility and could do a comprehensive report on the status, so that we have a clearer picture of where we're expensing this money, what might be coming. So if you were saying, hey, I'm submitting a 5-year plan to uplift, I've already done 40% of the 43 pump stations. I'm trying to get a handle as to where we are. I'd rather have a 5-year plan than been doing this on an annual basis. And I think it's more comprehensive. I think it could be more cost effective, for us. And then, plan the maintenance. you put out an RFP relative to what things need to be, done, and then, we're getting cost-benefit analysis based on who the vendors are, so, and it'd just be more effective.
The challenge right now, though, Alderman Healy, is an example, the Shady Side pump station, which we're upgrading those pumps. We initially anticipated, we took some money out of a reserve account last year or 2 years ago to do this work. We thought it would be $350,000. It came in at $530,000, $200,000 more. So there's cost containments on, it's very expensive, only one bidder. So it's very, very challenging right now with a lot of this work. So, but I will get you the information you requested.
Okay, and you've been at this job for 10 years. I have faith in your abilities, and I'm just looking for, as Alderman Smith had indicated, more additional information so we can really get a clearer understanding about the financial implications. Thank you.
Just to be clear, I want to make sure this $2 million is a bare bones. It's not what, there really is a lot more money that needs to be put in, but I'll get you that list and you'll be shocked.
Yeah, well, that's what we're looking for.
Okay.
We want the comprehensive plan. Should we be doing a 5-year plan and bond $6 million versus, every year, because where we're at in the last 4 years is $13 million for this same line item. That's what I'm asking.
And I explained to the board, the reason we're not specific to each pump station is because if an emergency arises and the way the bonding package works, if I'm specific to a pump station, I can't use that on another pump station that might arise.
Right.
And we've had some issues. The generators were a bigger issue. We took a lot of ARPA money and replaced a lot of the generators at most of the pump stations. So that was another issue that came up.
Which is why we have a rainy day fund and unassigned balance account and other funds that could be utilized through the budget process and finance director if you had an emergency situation. That's what those funds are there for.
Well, typically we have a reserve account from the sewer department itself, and that's where we typically pull that money from for unused accounts, unused balances over the last number of years from wages and other accounts, and that reserve account is what we've drawn from.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you, Chairman Vitro, through you to Director Saley. Just a point of information there. If and when we get to the point, well, we will at some point have that report, have that information. I just would want that information to be able to come to the entirety of the board to be able to review and consider for the next time. Thank you.
You got it.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Through you to the finance director. I just want to know, present value, how much $1 million costs us bonding fees. When you bond for the money, how much, you can take a number of $1 million or, just present, time, how much it costs in the current budget.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Casey, I don't have that exact number, but what are you trying to say? What the present value is of if we were to borrow $1 million?
Yeah, how much money is going to, if you accept this bond for, how much money will it cost us, in this year's budget?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Casey, I don't think it would impact the next budget per se yet, because we've already proposed issued the mayor's proposed budget for 26, and that's based on the existing bonding, and then we do estimate what the interest-only payment will be in May of 2026 based on potential progress on these projects. But again, we bond once a year in the fall, and that's just based on the progress of the projects, whether it's going out to bid, whether contracts have been signed, whether purchase orders have been executed. And so the actual bonding itself is based on actual expenditures paid and actual expenditures that are encumbered, so to speak. And so this bonding, as you know, is an authorization. So it's hard to say how this amount will impact next year's budget, with the exception of if this is approved tonight and some of these projects get started over the spring and summer and fall, then based on those purchase orders, there could be some bonding related to it in October of 2025, and that itself, yes, would impact. You'd have the principal related to that, but again, it's spread out over 20 years, so you divide by 20, and then you would have the interest, and interest rates are running in the 3% range, and then again, that May interest-only payment. So there is an impact, but it's difficult to give an exact amount. It would depend on how fast all of these projects were to move forward between now and October of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the answer.
Any more questions on this? Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote. Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archiola?
Yes.
Alderman Beatty?
Yes.
Alderman Bevan?
Yes.
Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
Yes.
Alderman Fowler?
Yes.
Alderman Healy? Alderman Jenkins?
Yes.
Alderman Marlowe?
Yes.
Alderman Morenin? Alderman Pacelli?
Yes.
Alderman Smith?
No.
Alderman Vitro? Alderman Vitale? Alderman Willis?
Yes.
14 yes, 1 no.
Thank you.
The vote was 14 yes and 1 no. The motion passes. Thank you, Madam Secretary. The second part of the ordinance, Alderman Pacelli.
Item 12A2, an ordinance appropriating $7,700,000 for various public improvements and authorizing the issuance of $7,700,000 of bonds of the city to meet said appropriation, and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowings for such purpose.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Marlowe.
Chairman, I'd like to know, is it possible to separate this ordinance, different parts within this?
I got to refer that question to the city attorney. No, it's one package, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Alderman, yes, you may not separate these ordinances.
All right, thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Alderman Smith.
If I could, to the Finance Director, why not?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Smith, it's based upon my recollection of discussion with bond counsel in the past and former city attorneys. What I do recall may be done, and I stand corrected if I get the percentage wrong, but I do think there is a de minimis change you may make of 5%, I believe, more or less, it's close, 5% is in my mind, it could be less, but there is a room for a de minimis percentage change in the amount of the ordinance, but not in splitting it or changing the verbiage. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Smith and maybe Alderman Marlowe. The concept, this is an ordinance before you, so it was noticed, properly noticed in accordance with the statute, went through the Board of Finance for approval. If you make a motion to amend it, the question is before you, is there a material change? The 5% that the Finance Director was referring to is past bond ordinances that have come before, there's been requests to amend the issuance by more than 5%. And the opinion of bond counsel was that was a material change. It's not a bright line rule. It's a case-by-case factual analysis whether there's a material change. Of course, adding to a proposed bond issuance is different than subtracting. When you look to our charter, the reduction in a budget line item may be made by a simple majority. Adding to a budget requires a supermajority. Again, they're not, it's a bit apples to oranges, but to answer your question as posed, can we distinguish them part by part? No, the bond ordinance was noticed as one with projects described. If you wish to make a motion to amend it by removing, it would have to be a separate analysis whether that motion would be a material change, likely to be involved in dollars as it, and changing, are you changing by removing or changing by adding a different type of project to replace the project that you wish to remove?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, through you, to the city attorney.
Alderman Smith.
But the motion here isn't to make a change in the amount. It's just to divide the question.
Again, you're voting as the ordinance as a whole, which was noticed. I don't believe there's a motion on the floor. The question was, can I take out something or remove something?
Actually, the question was, can we have a motion to divide? And then we would vote on each one, not to change the amounts.
I think that makes the question of whether it's a material change impossible to answer with each one. So if you have proposed changes to the line items, I think we'll have to go through and determine whether, subject to the vote, whether that's a material change in the bond ordinance as published and noticed.
Fair enough. So that means, if I heard you right, then the motion to divide is fine. Then on each, in each vote as it comes up, you would have to make analysis as to whether or not an amendment was being offered to change the amount by the 5%.
Mr. Chair, through you, the 5% is not a bright line rule. Whether it be material, use the 5% as somewhat of a guidepost.
So again, in my mind, then that's different than the motion to divide. It would come up, the motion to divide would leave us with, well, there are 7 items here on 7 different items. As each one was brought up, I'm not aware of any amendments here. They're going to be brought forward to change the amounts, simply to vote on each line item.
I agree with you. That being said, if there's 7 amendments, or 6 amendments of the 7 items, and it gets you to a certain threshold, then I'd say is a material change, and you'd have to go back to the whole process, which is Board of Finance, and back to here.
So the motion to divide is could fairly be brought before us and voted on.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Beatty.
Thank you, Chairman Vitro. Yes, this is just a comment or more discussion on the motion in relation to one of the specific amounts of funding for sanitation vehicles. Let me see now, where do I have it? Sorry. Sanitation vehicles, purchase of 4 new sanitation collection vehicles and other related costs. Almost $2 million. And you know, I've been on the record of approving and endorsing such necessary apparatus for the city and for Public Works. However, at the January meeting, when Director Saley was in front of us, it came up for the first time. I hadn't heard about outsourcing. And whether that is a good idea or not, or whether it's going to be done or not, but this would mean that the vehicles, you're purchasing a fleet of sanitation vehicles, and then outsource it so that whoever takes the bid for outsourcing wouldn't have to have a fleet, they'd have a brand-new fleet. And so I'd like to bring this up to the attention. It's something, maybe I'm agreeing with Alderman Smith, it's the details. The overall ordinance is vague. It's in the details. I think this is something that is a concern to the whole board on both sides of the aisle about that, because that's a lot of money, $2 million. Excuse me? I guess, Director Sally, yeah, do you want to, you're the one who brought it up in your commentary in January. And I was surprised,
I'm sorry, I was in the back, so I just want to make sure I heard the question correctly.
I'm asking about the fleet of 4 sanitation trucks to be purchased for $2 million under there. It seems to me it's related to the issue of outsourcing the bid for sanitation collection, which you mentioned at your last meeting.
So it's really not tied into that, but I'll use the town of Shelton, which subcontracts the sanitation or collection. What they do is they purchase the trucks and they lease them back to the vendor because there's an excise tax that municipalities don't pay. It's in excess of about $30,000 a vehicle. So if we were to go that route, we would have the trucks in place. We could be able to lease them or do some kind of work with the vendor that supposedly would. But that wasn't the reason for the trucks. The reasons for the trucks, the automated trucks we have were purchased in 2016. They let us downsize the department through attrition from 31 employees to, I believe we have 16 at the present time, with a significant savings to the city and also a savings in workers' comp because the automated trucks do the work for us. We're not lifting trash cans anymore. The trucks that we've had 2016, this past year, since July 1st to this date, we've paid over $280,000 just in repair works out of a budgeted amount of repairs of $610,000. And it also takes 12 months to 18 months to get the trucks. So that's why we put this money in place, to get 4 new trucks is our goal. With that said, with the tariffs that they're talking about, it could change and we might only get 2 or 3 trucks because the trucks are coming from Canada. The chassis of the bodies of the truck are coming from Canada, from Quebec. Labrie is the company.
And the question was not to question whether you need the trucks or whether it's timely, and I think that the idea that you have a strategic plan to stagger the apparatus, just like the police does with the cruisers, is a good thing, not a bad thing. But I was just questioning when somebody bids for a contract, would they use their own trucks or use ours, and they couldn't use ours if they were old and outdated. Anyway,
it could be a combination of both, and I think that would be part of a negotiation if we got to that point. We're not actively looking to do that at the present time, but as I discussed to the board or the subcommittee at that time, it was an option that we're looking at.
Okay. And then just back to the point, it makes it, a big decision to approve the bonding for an overall project that seems vague without looking at the details. It isn't vague, you have it here, but we were voting on the whole thing. Enough.
And what I believe I talked about when I said subcontracting, we were talking about subcontracting bulk this year and bringing a contractor in because we are struggling with keeping our trucks on the road.
Right. So if you purchase these trucks, it would delay the need to subcontract out? Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't pigeon myself one way or the other. It's something as we work through the process and we see employees and things of that nature and budgets and where we are with things, we're looking at that point. God bless you.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Marlowe.
Now that we have clarification, I'd like to propose that we divide the ordinance so we could look at each, vote on each one individually.
So your motion is to want to divide the motion?
Divide this so that we could vote.
Mr. Chairman, May I please? Mr. Chairman, through the city attorney, did I not understand your answer was that we could not?
I think dividing the question, this is an ordinance proposed to you. Are you wishing to amend the ordinance or not? Dividing the question makes the determination, the ultimate determination you have to make is a material change. I think if you divide the question, you're going to preclude yourself from having the true analysis of whether the change is material, because you're going to look at potentially look at each one individually, when you're supposed to look at it as a whole, as presented, as publicly noticed. But in my exchange with Alderman Smith, we were just talking about dividing the question. In this context, I think dividing the question leads you down a road that's going to ultimately impede the analysis that you need to do if you're going to propose a change, which the analysis requires whether the proposed change is a material change to the proposed ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask just one follow-up? So the determination of it being a material change rests with whom?
This board.
We
Material
determine if it's a
change-
material change?
Material change is determined by scope of the project and proposed dollars allocated.
So we determine the scope of the project by the change? I'm sorry, I'm not following you at all. I feel like the conversation is very convoluted. Can you just talk to me like I'm a 4-year-old and give me the basics, because I
wish
am not
could.
following it.
I wish I could. But you cannot make a material change without restarting the whole process. A material change is one that impacts the dollar amount for addition or scope of the project. Obviously, this is for public improvements. There's several scopes involved. If you want to make an addition, easy rule is 5%. That's what's historically been used. That would require restarting the process. A removal would not. A reduction.
Chairman Beechbrook?
Can I
I
give
think
us-
that, through you to Attorney Bertram, I think the question that was being asked was, who makes the determination? So we do what we do, and who says, oh, no, you can't do that because it was material? I think that was what she was getting at.
If you do that, I think myself and Peter would have to reach out to bond counsel, and if there's a material change, then we'd have to come back again, preferably not tomorrow morning. But we have to restart the process.
That is exactly what I was asking, who makes that determination? And I thought you said we did, and that's what perplexed me, because it was my understanding it was a judgment call from you or the bond counsel or whomever determines what a material change is, because I personally think that's beyond my scope of understanding when I can't even understand this conversation, so.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Rennan. The purpose, this is an ordinance, remember, so this is publicly noticed. The purpose of the notice is to give the public an opportunity, as you saw in the ordinance committee, to comment either for or against the borrowing, going out to bond for the sum. So if you make a material change, the notice is inadequate or insufficient, so the process has to be restarted. That's the genesis or the rationale behind the conversation.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, through you to the city attorney. So am I hearing correctly, and the hour is late, so we're all struggling with this, but am I hearing correctly that there could be an amendment to remove an item, but that would also start the process over?
Mr. Chair, through you, no. If you make a motion to remove an item, again, it goes through the same material analysis, but I'm comfortable, subject to, if you're removing something, you're not changing a material scope of this, of the proposed ordinance, it's okay. If you add a project, you're changing the scope and the dollar amount. It's always okay to go down.
So rather than dividing the question, then if something were removed, if there were a motion to remove something, and I'm not looking to remove anything, but if there were a motion to remove something, then we could still pass the ordinance.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Federico, that would be my preference from a legal perspective, yes.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? We're going to put it to a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we were voting, I think, on the motion to divide, so the motion to divide is now passed. And now we vote on each of the underlying 7 items.
We already voted on the first ordinance. This was the second ordinance.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you had a motion to divide before you. There was a second. You called for a vote. The vote was yes. The motion to divide therefore passed.
I thought Alderman Marlowe's question was, the city attorney said it can't be done.
No, he did not say that. He said you can't materially alter it, but you can divide it.
If I may.
Alderman Pacelli.
I didn't hear anyone announce what motion we were voting on at the time we voted on it. I think we need to address that right now. It was my understanding that you just called the vote for the action.
We're on the second ordinance, so what do you want to do? You want to make an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, we had a motion before us that was voted in the affirmative.
Mr. Chairman?
Excuse me, because I made the motion.
Hold on.
We had a lot of discussion on whether we could divide.
Yeah, I got that.
And ultimately, the city attorney said we could divide it. I made a motion to divide. Mr. Alderman Smith seconded that motion. And then we had more discussion after that, and maybe that's where it got lost.
That's where it got lost, okay.
Mr. Chairman?
So we're on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I understood that we could not divide, but we could make an amendment, a removal, so it had to be specific as to what you wanted to do, not just completely divide the question. Is that correct, City Attorney Birchman?
Yes, that's where the conversation went. I do believe there was a motion on the floor that was seconded. Whether the full board understood what they were voting on, that I don't believe was true. So if there was a motion that was second that was inadvertently voted on, someone should make a motion to reconsider it so that we can have an accurate representation of what you believe.
May I?
Alderman Pacelli.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the motion to divide the question.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor to divide the question. We already have a motion on the floor.
That motion passed.
No, the amendment. He made an amendment. We had not, we're on discussion of the amendment.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is we're reconsidering what we just voted on. Correct? That's what we're doing.
Okay.
We have to vote yes to reconsider.
So there's a motion and a second. Now we need a vote. Yes. Okay.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary.
Alderman Archeola,
Just a little.
Alderman Beatty,
Yes.
Alderman Bevan,
Yes?
Alderman Casey,
No.
Alderman Federico,
Yes.
Alderman Fowler,
No.
Alderman Healy, Alderman Jenkins,
No.
Alderman Marlowe,
No.
Alderman Morenin, Alderman Pacelli,
Yes.
Alderman Smith,
No.
Alderman Vitro,
Yes.
Alderman Vitale, Alderman Willis. 9 yeses and 6 nos.
Vote is 9 yeses and 6 no.
So now we're reconsidering the motion to divide the question.
Now we're voting on considering the motion.
To divide the question.
To divide the question. Right.
I feel like I'm in purgatory.
Alderman Jenkins.
If I understand this correctly, there is no possibility to divide the question. If there is a line item that we wanted to remove, we have the ability to make an amendment to remove, but dividing the question and voting each one separately is not an option. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Jenkins, and I apologize because definitely had a hand in this confusion. That is accurate.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, to the city attorney, I thought we had been through this. The motion to divide is allowed as long as we don't make a material change to the underlying ordinance.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Smith, this is an ordinance. Motion to divide is going to, in my opinion, preclude the opportunity to have a true analysis of whether there is a material change. If you want to amend the ordinance as presented by either adding or deleting it by dollar amounts or scope, we can take that up, and once the vote is rendered, we will then make an analysis in consultation with bond counsel whether the notice provided by the ordinance covers it.
I disagree with that.
You can.
Alderman Jenkins.
Just one further point of clarification based on what I just heard. Should we amend the ordinance and remove or add, it is then to be future determined whether that was a material change and may subject this to go back, or as long as it's a removal, it does not.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Jenkins, I think it's on a case-by-case analysis, and I'll give you a bright line answer, but typically a removal would not require, because the public has an opportunity to come and speak against or in favor of something. If you're removing something, you're not approving it. So they had their opportunity.
Got it.
Adding is a different nature.
Would send it back.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
If it's material, if it's within, again, the 5% is what we use for additions, is typically not a material change.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Attorney, and thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman?
To move this forward, so if I can't do that, I'll remove my motion to divide the question.
Thank you, Alderman Marlowe. So now we're at the original motion. We on the original motion now?
Yes.
On the original motion, Alderman Marlowe removed his motion to divide. So now we're on the original motion. All in favor?
Do we not get the opportunity to discuss the underlying ordinance?
That's what we've been doing.
No, we've been talking about the motion to divide, not the ordinance.
You want to discuss the motion?
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In particular, Chief Mello, I don't know if you're the right one for this. There's a line item in here for $550,000 for Milford Police Department Security Camera Project. And can you describe for me what that is?
Sure. So, I apologize, but just to give it some context. After the attacks in 9/11, the federal government made hundreds of millions of dollars available to local communities, cities and towns, to harden their communities, and to increase public safety and physical security. Milford, like hundreds, possibly thousands of other communities, took that money and built out video camera infrastructure throughout their communities. Those cameras stayed in place, and they're in various locations. They stayed in place until Mayor Blake, they started to become unserviceable. Mayor Blake had put some funding forward to maintain that, to upgrade that system. Those systems are either outdated or they just don't work. In fact, I was talking to the fire chief about the antenna array that he has on fire headquarters, and that mesh doesn't work any longer. So this money is to replace those that don't work, replace those that are obsolete, and it is to add additional cameras to build out an infrastructure in other areas, one of which would be 58 River. There are cameras on the outside, cameras on the inside. So that's what, and there is approximately 10 cameras that need to be replaced. There's approximately 11 cameras that we want to add at public sites, public intersections, and 5 LPR license plate readers along with that.
And where, with the existing camera, where are the existing cameras?
The existing cameras are all through Milford Center, Fowler Field. You'll notice there's one across on the court. There's 2, I believe, up on Factory and Broad. There are cameras down along Naugatuck and Broadway. Those that have been in the Aldermen a while know that that is an area where we have significant problem. Assaults, robberies, stolen cars. We have a mobile camera down at the beach because the camera system down there doesn't work, but that was one. There are cameras up along, in front of the 1201, up along the Route 1 corridor, shooting down both ways on Route 1 and shooting into the mall. There's a camera as well at Eisenhower Park, but that wasn't part of the original project. That was something that added later on.
Where's the one at Eisenhower Park?
I don't know, but I believe it's probably on the main building.
No, which one's the main building? Is that where the splash pad is?
Whatever that building is when you first come in, I'm not sure what it would be called. That wasn't part of this Homeland Security project. So the point is, these are systems that were decades old and that were installed. These are systems that are at this point now ubiquitous. If you go on 95, there are cameras there. If you go in other communities, this is how we keep people safe. This is how, if we could put a police officer at every strategic location, that'd be great for situation awareness, but we can't do that. So we use video technology that's been around for years. We use video tech, they're all wearing video cameras.
And is this data collected by an outside third party?
So let me just, the answer is it's stored on third-party servers. But to be responsive to your question, it's stored on either Microsoft or Amazon.gov servers, the same servers that the DoD uses. It's stored on cloud servers the same way Munis and all the information for all of our finances and private information is stored on cloud service. In fact,
as you're looking for that, is there a contract that oversees this? Is there a contract between
us to those cloud servers to adhere to? So yes, it is stored there. It is our data. We access our data. We control who can use our data, who we can share it with, in accordance with CJIS policy or SOC policy.
Is there a contract with the city of Milford and this third party who's ever doing the storage and collection?
So the current system uses mesh, and part of the reason old cameras are obsolete is they either go through phone lines, or if there's a fiber line, they go through a fiber line, or they go through radio. The new technology uses a cellular technology, like a 5G technology that encrypts the signal and sends it to the site, and then we access that through our web portal. So there will be a contract with whoever we decide to go with, which would be our current vendor. So the answer would be yes.
And is that contract going to come back before the Board of Aldermen?
The contract?
Yeah.
No. We have contracts, well, let me say this. The contract for our body cams and our dash cams and a number of other things that we use will come up in front of you for 2026 because there will be funding that's required to pay for all those services. The last contract that we signed with Axon was 4 years ago, just or thereabouts, 3.5.
Thank you for the answers, Chief. Having nothing to do with that, asking questions of you, Chief, I must tell you, I was unaware of how many of these cameras there were, and the fact that we're considering, to replace 10 and increase by 11, I found a very amorphous answer in there as to whether or not there's an agreement with security provisions in place to cover the personal and confidential information that's being gathered here is bothersome. The one at Eisenhower Park bothers me in particular. I take my granddaughter out there. The idea that her picture is being taken and being stored and collected by somebody, and we didn't even, I heard here about, we're not even sure what the contract says on that. We're back right into the same surveillance state stuff we talked about earlier, and that's disturbing. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to see the motion to divide. There were some things in here that I think warrant no votes. There are things in here like the fire truck that I think warrant a yes vote. It's being presented as one overall package, and so that camera thing is really bothersome. Is Director Saley still here?
Yeah, back here.
Could I ask you on several of these? For example, you were talking earlier about the sanitation vehicles, but I think it's the same. I have the same question on the city building maintenance and the citywide road, parking lot, and sidewalks. Is there?
Chief done? Finished?
Yeah, I said I was done with whatever questions I had with the chief. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Chief. I'll thank you for it.
Is there an overall plan for the maintenance of these things?
I'm sorry, which things are we talking about?
Yep. Number one, the citywide road, parking lot, and sidewalk. Number two, the various city building maintenance. Number five, the sanitation vehicle purchase.
So I think, I'll start from the last one and work my way forward. The trash trucks, the industry standard is 5 to 6 years of replacement. The city hasn't done that. I've been very clear with this Aldermanic board about that. That's one of the reasons why we asked for 4 trucks this year. So that's the plan. I don't know if that answers your question, but so every 5 to 6 years, we should be replacing trucks. You may not like the answer, but that is the answer. That's the industry standard. That's what we do.
Okay. Well,
but we don't do that here, and that's the frustration.
And the answer is no, I don't like that answer. I was asking if there was an overall plan. It doesn't sound like there is, but you're replacing
You always
vehicles.
imply that, Alderman Smith, and I don't appreciate it. I'm going to tell you why. There is a plan, okay? The plan is that we're supposed to, we have 5 trash routes, we have 3 recycling routes, and we have to maintain equipment. These equipments are down more than they're up because of the high use on it. So we have to have backup vehicles. So technically, we should have close to 13 vehicles all in. They used to cost $300,000, now they cost $480 or $440, and they're probably gonna go to $5 with the tariffs. So we do have a plan. So when you imply that, I don't appreciate it.
Do you have a written plan you could submit to us so we could review it?
If that's what you would like, I've been very clear with this aldermanic board over the last 5 years about trash trucks and the lack of buying trucks in a way that's appropriate.
All right, but there's no, as we sit here and speak, there's no written plan you can
I'm happy to
us.
give it to you. I've been on a public record many times speaking about the trash trucks.
All right, but I'm not asking you for on public record. I was asking you if you have a written plan, and the answer is no.
Now that you ask for it, I will make sure you have it.
And how about the same question for the number one, the city-wide road paving and sidewalk project?
So, an example, we normally bond between $1 million and $2 million. This year we bonded a little less because we have municipal grant and aid money that we're going to use. So the plan is we're following, and I think I've been clear with this board also, we're following the gas company, with the gas company works, so we don't pave a road that the gas company tears up in a year or two. So we're following the gas company. That is our plan. And we don't know what the gas company is going to do because they normally give it to us on a yearly basis in March. So we'll find that out and see where we're going to be going.
Again, is there a written plan?
I just informed you what the plan was. If you want it in writing, I'm happy to do that.
All right, so there isn't a written plan as we talked. There's the plan you just described.
If you're the lawyer, you word it that way, I word it a little differently.
And how about number two, the various city building maintenance and improvements projects that's in here for $1.1 million?
That's correct.
Is there a written plan for that?
Like where we're going to spend the money?
Yes. No, a written plan overall for the whole city, not other contracts for, this says roof replacements, renovations, building repairs.
So an example, yes, roofs are our number one priority right now. Chief Mello can attest to this. The Simon Lake building has a significant leak issue that we're going to try to address, and that's part of the plan right now for this year. Our master plan, which is a 5-year plan, we look at all the capital expenditures that we look at that you're well aware of, that you've seen. And it's not just roofing, it's equipment and everything else that we see that we need. That's our written plan if you want a written plan.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Healy.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Director Saley. I'm looking at item 1, which is the city road parking sidewalk curb, $440,000, and it seems light, and in terms of that dollar value number. So you mentioned something?
Yes. So, and Peter can give you the dollar amount. We have municipal grant and aid money, and I believe it's about $3.5 to $4 million presently, Peter?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, it's a little over $2 million.
Okay, so I thought it was a little bit more than that, Peter, but $2 million, and we're going to be using that for paving.
In addition to this new bond?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And when we talk about the various city building maintenance improvements, and we're looking, through that. So between yourself and your assistant director, Steve Johnson, and others, you have a priority list. I've worked with Steve Johnson on a number of related issues and being a liaison to the Public Works Department. In our meetings, you have, on a monthly basis, articulated these operational, needs that are there. So that you can, produce in terms of enhancing the communication that we're asking for.
That's correct, but it changes fairly quickly.
Based on things that happen.
Yes.
Okay, we understand that.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why there's not specific in the bonded amount. We don't want to pigeonhole. Well, the first year or two I was here, we did that, and we found out there was an emergency somewhere else, and we couldn't move the money because of that.
Okay, and then you mentioned the police department. You just went through a whole project relative to the fire department and that roof structure and so on. Was that bonded?
That's a classic example. We're using bonded money for that, but that was something that came to light in the last...
Emergency.
Yes.
Right.
Turned out to be a lot bigger job than we anticipated.
Right, which I'm aware of and Alderman Jenkins is aware of, and moving forward with that, the project is getting finalized. So in the sanitation vehicles, any purchase of vehicles, whether it's sanitation or any other city department, there is a standard life cycle relative to it. So it's a commodity which you are purchasing, and as you just stated, the life cycle that you said is 5 years. So if you're paying X $200,000 for a sanitation truck, then you're going to recoup something on a trade-in value on...
Typically, yes, and that's why most like the All-Americans of the world trade them in 5 to 6 years because they get better trade-in value at that point. We have vehicles that are substantially older than that. There's very little trade-in value. When I say very little, it's $10,000, $15,000, $20,000.
But they could be auctioned?
You could be, yes.
Okay, all right, so that's part of your overall capital plan relative to, your vehicles, is that correct?
That's correct, and that's a written policy, a written plan that's in our plan that goes, it's a 5-year look ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Argiola?
Yep.
Sorry. Alderman Beatty?
Yes.
Alderman Bevan?
Yes.
Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
Yes.
Alderman Fowler?
No.
Alderman Healy? Alderman Jenkins?
Yes.
Alderman Marlowe?
Yes.
Alderman Morenin? Alderman Pacelli?
Yes.
Alderman Smith?
No.
Alderman Vitro?
Yes.
Alderman Vitale? Alderman Willis? 13 yes, 12 no. I'm sorry, 2 no.
The motion
It's too late
passes.
for me to do math.
Alderman Pacelli, 12A3. Ordinance 12A3.
12A3, an ordinance appropriating $4,950,000 for various schools improvements and authorizing the issuance of $4,950,000 in bonds of the city to meet said appropriation, and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowings for such purpose.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Again, we're, through you, Mr. Chair.
You guys might, let's have one meeting at a time, right?
Well,
Right now.
when we wake up, we'll do it, okay?
Well, watch this. When I ask for discussion on the motion, you could raise your hand, and then you can recognize you, and then you could discuss it. How's that?
That's great.
Okay. We don't have intermediate meetings while we're having one meeting.
No, we don't, Mr. Chairman, but by the way, we had a discussion on letting other people talk, so I was trying to defer as we had talked about earlier.
Well, you could do that on your own time.
No, we had decided that.
Point of order. I understand that there's a presentation from the Education Department. Dr. Catale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I see that our Director of Maintenance is here. Mr. Bradbury, would you be able to answer a few questions here? When we talk about the issue of various schools, partial roof replacement, I've been on the permanent schools now for over 20 years. Do you have a listing of those schools that need the partial replacement? And maybe I can ask you these questions, you can answer them all at once. Out of those schools, do any of them come under the warranty of the 20, 30-year issues that we used to talk about when we put a roof on a building? And many times, we usually go with the 20-year, and then for a few more dollars, we get the 30-year warranty. In other words, any of those that you're going to tell me what schools are affected, do they come under that umbrella? And number 3, I know we have a long-range plan, but what schools, we don't know what schools they're going to be affected by closings within the next 5 years, 2 years, 3 years. So I just don't see the idea of putting money into something that we're going to eventually close. So if we want to take it one at a time, and if you have all that, I'd appreciate it, Pat.
Sure. So the roofs that are in that bonding package are for sections of roofs. They are not part of the bonding that we just did with the larger school projects. These are sections of roofs that were not ready to be done at the time that we did the large sections of roofs, such as Orchard Hills, the media center, and 2 art rooms were not ready to be done with that initial, when we did the whole roof there. So now it's time to do that section of roof. The same thing with Orange Avenue. I have 8 classrooms there and the media center that has to be done. It's out of, it's over 20 years old. I'm actually having some delamination issues at both Orchard Hills and Orange Avenue.
So when we put those new additions on Orange Avenue, that foyer and the back additions, those roofs were not part of that?
No, they were 20-year roofs.
Okay, so, and even on Orchard Hills, when we put that new vestibule in and we did the remodeling there, that wasn't part of that issue?
Correct. Okay. This is a separate section that we had to wait for the 20-year mark before we can even look at it.
So they're just 2 schools that we're doing?
No.
Oh, you've got more?
No, I have a list here. I have pretty much an inventory of what we have, and we kind of roll through that. So a couple of the schools, the next one would be West Shore Middle School. We have a section that was done in 1999. It's time to be done. It's the cafeteria section. And then after that, we would go into Harborside. I have a very small section that needs to be done, that's ready to be done, very small. And then we go to Law, the cafeteria. That would be the next one on the list to be done. And then we get into the translucent panels that are at Mathewson, Jonathan Law, and West Shore Middle School that are at the end of their life also, that we put this all together for.
Okay, so that's the census of the roofs that need to be done?
That's the census of what I have that's ready to be done, that we're having issues with now that I want to get ahead of.
Okay, so in the same vein, we talk about HVAC. How many schools is that? And boilers? Obviously, the whole HVAC.
So, HVAC, we have a list on that also. There's several projects. There's 2 projects that we did not complete last year that we've already done a bid packet for, which would be Jonathan Law High School Media Center and the East Shore Middle School Gymnasium to add ventilation and air conditioning to that space for them.
So there are no elementary schools in that?
No. I can go on. We have some boiler replacement. I want to replace an elementary school boiler plant. We are running, my boilers are put in there about 97, 98. So we're reaching that range, and we're trying to get to a point where the boilers have been changed in these schools, but all the piping, so we're going to convert from steam to hot water. It's time. We spent a lot of time in the tunnels this week repairing piping that's underneath there with steam leaks and whatnot.
So I don't know if you said the schools. What schools were they?
Right now, I have an elementary school. It'll probably be it could be Calf Pen, it could be Orange Avenue, and East Shore's boiler, which has already been converted to hot water. That was installed in 1996. So these are all that are on the block, but by the time I run through my list, I'm over $4 million on this little piece here, so.
Thank you. We don't know from the long-range plan what and if any schools are going to be closed, but those schools that you mentioned are probably the larger schools in the district anyway, as I have the enrollment statistics in front of me.
Correct.
But so I don't want to make sure that, we're not putting money and Band-Aids on schools that we're going to be hopefully have some idea of closing later on.
Correct.
And putting big bucks into it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Alderman Beatty.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairperson, to you. I just want to say that I was in attendance at the community forum. I hope this doesn't embarrass you. We were talking about facilities and the schools and the aging structure, and somebody referred to you as the wizard of the education department. So I thought you'd like to hear that. It was spontaneous, and it wasn't from an employee.
Great, thank you very much.
Any discussion on the motion? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything for you, Mr. Bradbury.
Thank you.
But on these requests, over a year ago, there was a presentation here on a demographic report by the SLAP company, or whatever their name was, SLAM, and it was so flawed as to be ridiculous. Getting the information out of the administration was so difficult, we had to resort to applying FOIA law, and the information that we got didn't back up anything that was in the plan. To be echoing what was said by Alderman Vitale, to be putting money into buildings, it's pretty clear that something like half of the buildings that should be shut down. And to be putting money into them doesn't make any sense. And until it's figured out which buildings are going to be closed and which ones aren't, this kind of spending millions of dollars doesn't make any sense. And then this esports, you know, I look at this stuff and what was circulated here is virtually video arcades. We have declining scores in math and reading, and we have kids that are spending too much time on their gaming equipment, and now we're going to introduce e-video arcades into our schools. That strikes me as ludicrous, to the point of $1.1 million worth of video arcades.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
This is the proposal in front of us. Are you suggesting?
Well, there is a presentation that was going to be presented. You're commenting on it, and we haven't received the information yet on that specific item.
Well,
it would be nice to let the board
Well,
present
it's
the
nice to know.
information.
I didn't know there was going to be a presentation. The chairman called a vote on this about 30 seconds ago and got angry at us when we wouldn't talk. So now I'm talking. Nobody said there's a presentation. He called a vote on the whole thing.
It's on the screen.
So I'm commenting on this because I wasn't going to be given a chance to comment.
Well, thank you.
otherwise.
Can we, with all
Is there
due
a presentation?
There is. The Board of Education has a presentation. It would be respectful just to let them present, and then we can hear your comments.
Well, that would be great. Who is going to tell us about that presentation?
Dr. Kataya?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. There is information in front of you, and we have a virtual or digital presentation for you. And I'm glad that actually there were some comments made by Alder Smith so far, because I do believe it represents...
It's Alderman by charter.
Alderman Smith, pardon me. Alderman Smith, that actually represents some misunderstandings when it comes to the field of esports. So I'm hoping to walk you through some of the facts that exist out there in the world of esports and try to provide some information that legitimizes this being a career pathway. Also, let me be clear that we already have esports teams at both high schools. So while I appreciate the public comment about supporting esports, really it's the supporting of the arena or arenas at both high schools. I'm so very thankful that our Board of Ed and through your vote and passing of the budget, it supported the start of esports, the CIAC teams this year, and I'm glad to report that in our first season of play, our law team ranked 4th in the state. So it was a really great inaugural season for our young people. So let's talk about what esports is and is not. So for all intents and purposes, esports is short for electronic sports. It is a multiplayer, team-based competitive gaming situation. It engages professional players and teams. They face each other in competitions and tournaments. And yes, they can even earn money doing this. The esports industry, though, includes multiple sources of revenue, not just about the gamer. If I ask this board to consider, there's an entire industry that surrounds the gamer, him or herself. And that industry includes opportunities for sponsorships, advertising, content creation, streaming, coaching, media rights, merchandising, special events. There's a slide later in this presentation that actually goes through some very specific types of jobs that are available for our young people. The esports industry has created many of these careers, and it's well beyond the actual player. And what we'll see is that esports has grown leaps and bounds. The global esports market, so this is not special to Milford or Connecticut or the United States, globally, it was valued at $1.7 billion just in 2023 and is expected to grow to over $9 billion by 2032. So certainly a field that will provide for a good living for many people. Esports competitions have prize pools that range from thousands to millions of dollars. The International Olympic Committee has created the Olympic Esports Games, which will take place in Saudi Arabia, in 2027, with the road to the Games starting this year. Viewership rivals also exist, just like in traditional sports, that people actually root for specific teams. And there are over 500 million viewers that consume content from Esports World Cups last year. And this tournament series also had a prize pool of over $60 million alone. There's actually a national federation that establishes standards for the esports world. And through that national federation, there are also opportunities created, pipelines for careers. And here are a few examples. In fact, we partnered with an industry specialist, a pro right here in the state of Connecticut. She was here earlier and was hoping to stand by me and provide some information, but she had to get home to a family, so she is apologetic. But Taya Lionetti, who is with the Connecticut Convention and Sports Bureau, and she oversees specifically the Department of Sports Sales and Convention Services, with a special focus on esports here in the state of Connecticut, actually facilitating this type of activity, provided us with a list of jobs that she sees already exist in this industry. This is not something that our children will be graduating into, that they have to wait 10 years after graduation. They can graduate from high school and immediately enter into this field. So it doesn't only support students in front of screens, but it also supports a full pipeline of jobs like coaches and analysts, content creators, event organizers, production roles, there are legal teams involved in this, accountants, financial professionals, coding and software engineers, the list goes on. And what we want to create here in Milford Public Schools is not just the support of 2 CIAC competitive teams. While that is a key goal, our goal is to create an entire career pathway around this, or leading to this industry. Just like we have a career pathway in computer science and entrepreneurship and the culinary arts and technical education, our goal is to build an entire course of study for the different opportunities in the esports world. Yes, including gamers, but not limited to. So there are legitimate 4-year degrees, and in fact, even master's degrees in this area. And we went and did the research. I have been researching this for the last couple of years. There are legitimate universities that offer 4-year degrees in things like esports communication and management, esports and gaming, esports management, game business and esports, games and simulations, the list goes on. Offered by MIT, Cornell, NYU, Berkeley, Drexel, the colleges are here on the screen. Our students are attending these schools, and not only are they attending these schools for these degrees, but they're earning scholarship money. More than 200 colleges and universities offer today over $16 million in esports scholarships, a figure that has doubled in the last 4 years. The National Association of Collegiate Esports, the main governing body for varsity esports, has awarded millions of dollars in esports scholarships and aid over the last 5 years. And currently, this is a list, just a small highlight of the schools that we found are offering multi-millions of dollars of scholarships to students. So what does esports in schools look like? Currently in high schools, esports is officially CIAC sanctioned. In 2025, this year, about 40 high schools in Connecticut have at least one competitive team. And high school esports is growing across the U.S. with over 8,600 high schools starting esports teams since 2018. So you may want to ask, why did Milford Public Schools decide to start an esports team? Ms. Julie Nash was here before you earlier this evening. And really, esports came to me through Julie and through the introduction of Mr. Kilpatrick, who's still in the audience, thank you. And I really do believe it's because of the connection that we were able to make that we have a new business in town. And we also have students who have a place of belonging. And that was my number one goal, actually, above providing career opportunities, I will have to say. That when Mr. Kilpatrick came and gave the presentation, the voluntary presentation that filled the auditorium of law and foreign, of all crosswalks of children, I said to myself as superintendent of schools, our kids need this. There are kids in this audience that need to find a place of belonging that are not finding it elsewhere in our schools. And that's part of my job, our job in a school system, is to ensure that those students that may feel or feel marginalized are finding a place of belonging. So that's why through this last budget process, we started CIAC-sanctioned esports teams. Those are already in place. And the reason why we're before you requesting funding for an arena is because we want to treat these athletes like we do all others. So I'm going to jump ahead for time's sake. So that slide is old. I don't know how that happened. But your handout, your printout should say 53 students. So this is just a comparison of the number of students that we have that play in fall, winter, and spring. This has been recently updated. And this breaks it down by sport and the number of athletes that participate. You will see in year one of esports, we already have 53 athletes. And I anticipate that number will grow. And I am certain that when we start developing the coursework for the esports career pathway, we will have students signing up for those electives at both high schools. You will see that at 53 students, it is comparative to, if not more, or I should say larger than some of the other sports that are already in place. So the interest is most certainly there. And as we have taken care of the athletic fields for all these other sports, we feel the need to advocate for the appropriate environment for these athletes. So let's go into the different types of spaces that this funding would provide for. Of course, there would be a competitive space. This picture comes from Boise State Esports Arena. This is the area where the actual athletes would participate. There's specialized furniture, equipment, screens, as you would imagine. I'm not going to read through all of this because it's a little late. There's also a spectating space that we would include in the development of an arena. This, again, comes from the Boise State Esports Arena. This is where parents Community members, fellow students can come and firsthand experience the match, cheer them on, and view the competition. I had the pleasure of attending that competition, the state championship at Quinnipiac University, where our students competed, and I was able to view the type of arena that Quinnipiac has and the spectator area. And that's what really sparked our vision of what we wanted to develop here in Milford. There's also a parallel practice space that we would provide in this dream that we have. And then what goes along with the other pieces of esports would be a production space. This is the area from the Oklahoma State University Esports Arena. This allows for multiple screens, different ways to control and the audio video of the production. And then there would be, lastly, a coaching space where, as it suggests, our coaches would map out strategy, review footage from past matches, and also be able to provide direct coaching to our young people who are competing. So the funding before you considers such items, everywhere from the FF&E, the fixture, furniture, and equipment type of things, like desks, chairs, TVs, computers, etc., to the infrastructure, the design of it, the appropriate HVAC, electrical, staging, lighting, etc. And lastly, I will leave you with the notion that I think one of the commenters early mentioned that this could end up being creating Milford as a hub for esports, and that is a real potential because there aren't many opportunities to access arenas in the state of Connecticut. So we could actually turn this into possibly a revenue source, in that when our teams aren't using the arena, we could potentially be working with, let's say, Taya, who was here earlier, to rent out this space for possible regional competitions and tournaments. So that there is that possibility if we were to build it with the appropriate space and capacity. So that's a little bit more information about esports beyond the why is this just more video gaming for our kids. There's actual full career pathway that we dream building for our young people that would allow them to be competitive in the work world when they leave our high schools. So we have a team here of folks. Mark is still with us, and we're happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Alderman Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Dr. Gataya, thank you for your presentation. I do have a few questions here. How long has the esports teams been in existence? Here in Milford?
We just started this fall.
Okay. And that is a combined team between foreign and law?
2 teams.
2 separate teams. So are we talking about building 2 separate arenas?
Two arenas, yeah.
2 arenas, okay. How many schools in the surrounding area, whether we're looking at Stratford High School, Bunnell, West Haven, even Laurelton and Platt, have esports teams?
I don't know about the surrounding. I think we have a number. Platt does?
Platt does?
Yeah.
Do they have an arena?
I don't believe they have an arena. There are not many high schools that have arenas right now.
And where does our team currently practice?
So we dub a space. We use the art room at Foreign and Law. So we use the art room at Foreign and Law, and during the day it's an art room, and when students leave we are moving computers and ViewSonics and equipment, so it's stored. Esports equipment is stored for the day, and then it's brought out in the afternoons, and then we store it again. So that's the current situation.
And I'm assuming that would be the same for competition if we have a home competition?
We would do that for home competition. We don't have likely a spectator space that would be appropriate. Right. And we would be limited on where we would put both teams and both coaches. So that would be tight, I would say.
And there was something that was a little confusing to me up there on the slide. It said 53 or 54 students, I'm not sure what the exact number was, but it said for both fall and spring sports. This is played year-round, 2 sessions. That's the only sport in the town that does so.
Right, plays fall and spring. That CIAC allows, is there a reason for that? So CIAC allows for fall and spring competitive season.
Okay.
And you're correct, Dr. Jenkins, it is just that sport that allows, right? Oh, cheer may, but cheer is not CIAC sanctioned. So, if there is different information related to that, we'll get that to you.
Okay. Just a couple more that I have here. So let me back up then with that question. There were comparisons here to Boise State, to Dallas. We're looking at collegiate programs and comparing arenas at collegiate programs where they have donors, they have alumni who give money. They don't have to fund these things. They have individuals who have graduated from IT programs, computer science programs, who are more than willing to go back and throw $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, $10 million at these schools. We don't have that. My first question is, have corporations in this area who do IT, computer science, software production, have they been approached before coming to the city and asking for money to see if they would donate in name, in kind, to provide an arena?
So we have not taken that step. What we decided to do with esports is to follow the same process we would for all of our other athletes.
Okay.
So it is true that the pictures we showed you are from the collegiate world, because that's where it mostly exists at this point. But just like we would for baseball or football, or we have, our normal course of requests follows the Board of Ed, Board of Finance, Board of Aldermen. So we decided to treat this sport like we would any other sport. Now, in the future, it could end up having a booster club. It could end up having a parent support group where we would supplement what that team needs. So we are trying to treat this team like we do any other team. And I would imagine, Alderman Jenkins, that at one time there was also discrepancy between what colleges were offering athletically in high schools, and possibly that gap is closed. I'm not familiar with the history of that, but I think there is a lot invested in our athletic fields, like a football field, that wouldn't rival what some of those universities named, but certainly we're providing an appropriate space for high school play. So, and I think the pictures are provided as an example, but certainly we would not try to build what Boise State has. That wouldn't be appropriate, actually. We would just try to make a high school appropriate arena, not a Boise State one. So.
Right, and that's kind of where I was going with that, because the pictures can be a little misleading. Is that picture what $1.1 million produces, or no? Further, you know, when schools start new sports, often there's a bit of a struggle, I'll use that word. Lacrosse was initiated back in the 1990s, and it didn't pick up. It was a combined team, same thing with hockey, and they fell by the wayside, and then they came back. But we weren't building a new lacrosse field. We weren't building a new hockey rink. We had these teams start to pick up steam and provide the type of play and consistency and following that warranted maybe building additional fields, maybe not. We didn't build a hockey rink. We have one pool that both schools use. We have one hockey rink that both schools use. So I'm failing to see the need for providing 2 arenas. And right now, not having an arena doesn't preclude these teams from the ability to participate and compete. And in a time where we have taxes raised, and we're talking about another percent increase in our school budgets, while I'm sympathetic to the fact that students who are participating in this would appreciate an arena, I don't know if it's a need versus a want. And that's kind of where I'm stuck, because I like the fact that the students are participating, but do we need to build 2 arenas to the tune of $1.1 million? And we have a lot of future expenses that I would think with this that technology's moving so fast, software upgrades. When does the purchase of the equipment that we had become obsolete? Is it 1 year? Is it 2 years? Have those numbers been factored in?
Yeah, so...
Dr. Kataya, excuse me. Alderman Jenkins, could I offer some input, if that's all right?
Sure.
Appreciate that, Dr. Kataya. So, I think
let me just say, if that's okay with Dr. Kataya, because
Alderman
I want
Healy.
their expertise.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You need to let one alderman talk at one time.
That's why I'm asking permission through the chair to Alderman Jenkins, if I just offer some context.
Alderman Jenkins has the floor. When he gets
Yes.
done, other aldermen will have a chance to talk.
Since this dialogue is going on, and we've had, some time, I'm just offering some context to what he's already articulated.
You're more than welcome to. I would just like to know if the analysis of hardware, software upgrades, equipment, how quickly it becomes obsolete has been estimated in this 1.1, and when are these upgrades going to need to be taking place, and how much will they cost?
Alderman Jenkins, would it be okay if I ask our Director of Technology to?
Yes, thank you.
So we already have a replacement cycle for all of our computers, and these, like Dr. Kataya said, we are sharing the space now with our art labs, and those computers are higher-ended machines that are appropriate for gaming. So we already have a replacement cycle for those, so that's kind of the idea that we're using.
And that happens about every 5 years, right?
It's probably 4 years on those computers.
Costs associated with those replacements, because we're building a new program or a new arena, I'm assuming we're not going to use old equipment in a new arena.
But it would fall into our replacement cycle, so then we would budget for it the way we do our normal budgeting.
We already have line items for our replacement cycles.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just to offer the context, may I speak, Chairman? So, in context to this, I'm going to offer, since Alderman Jenkins mentioned some other sports activities, and he mentioned hockey. So I'm going to give you a quick story on hockey. I was involved in the creation of the Milford High School hockey team. I was vice president of Southern Connecticut Youth Hockey, which operated out of the Milford Ice Pavilion. We approached the Board of Education and said, as our kids grew older, we said, a core group of people, 5. And we said, we would like to start this program. Don't have the funding for it. We said, next year, but we'd like permission to start the program. We will fund it. So your suggestions about corporate contributions, donations, and that type of thing, are legitimate. We formed a nonprofit, formed an LLC, and tax donations were acceptable. We approached everybody in the community. We got all the parents that participated in it. We structured the program. We instituted a program for Foreign High School, Jonathan Law, and included Platt Tech. With the funds that we gathered and corporate donations, we built the locker room behind the Milford Ice Pavilion with all donated goods and services. All people that I knew issued the tax credit, for the folks that were there. It still exists today. So, when you're asking, are these things possible? Then I talked to Mark Kilpatrick earlier, who's got a studio here and so on. very enthusiastic. He's invested in it. He's offered his services to the Board of Education to assist in this program. And the way I see it is that this is a unique opportunity to get kids who need to be involved in things, and it's ubiquitous. You know, we would criticize at times, are you spending too much time in front of the screen? But we do know that what this translates into, based on research that I've done and looked at it, you know, the defined courses, the Institute of Technology, the University of New Haven, and the course programs that they have, the skill sets that are needed, that translates into so many other private industries, into military service, you know, and other technologies and so on. So those are the kind of things that I'm looking at in talking with the representatives of Dr. Kataya's staff earlier and previously about this particular, you know, program and the needs assessment, and then, you know, looking at the funding that would be required to get this thing going. So if we bond it, there's going to be a time period, but I can see a lot of positive things coming out of it. Go ahead. Thank you.
I just want to make sure, Mr. Chairman, can I have the floor again? Thank you. I'm not denying any single statement that you made there. And I think that my questions may have been misconstrued as to whether this is of interest and a program that is appropriate. That's not what I was asking. Similar to where, when you guys started the hockey team, you went out to the community and found money because the school didn't have it. That's where I was going with corporate sponsors. That's where I was going with those questions. I'm not denying that this is a viable program and will be beneficial to hundreds of kids in the general area here, whether it's our town and the towns next door. What I'm saying is, number one, do we need two? Number two, do we need to spend this kind of money on an arena, and is now the right time? Number three is, have we exhausted all potential donors and expenses outside of this body of finance, similar to what you did with hockey? I think that there is a level of growing pains in any new sport that comes to a school. Hockey, lacrosse, and we don't start with $1 million arenas on year two. And that's what I'm saying. That's all.
Thank you. We did.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Federico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Dr. Kataya. I just want to thank you for bringing all three of these items forward. And I just want to share my thoughts with the board on the esports. I was really moved by the parents that you had up here and all the passionate pleas for the funding for this program. I think sounds like it is very beneficial to our students. I love that it provides a place for students who don't fit into traditional sports. And I think this is a really unique intersection where you have college and career pathways that I know the Board of Ed has talked about so much, and a sport. You're combining the two things together. So while the $1 million price tag sounds high, if I think about what we'd spend on our sports facilities, plus our computer labs and science labs and all the things we would put into a college and career pathway, I'm okay with this amount. I agree with Alderman Jenkins. I'd love to see you guys find, some opportunities for corporate sponsorship to maybe offset this, but if this is what you feel you need. The other thing that stands out to me is, other than partial roof replacement and HVAC, you didn't ask for anything else in this list. So that tells me that this is really important. So I'm in favor of the esports, and I'm in favor of the other two items as well, because I think those speak to the need for the long-range plan, and they speak to the need for doing the work that you're already doing. In the meantime, we can't have roofs leaking and we can't have boilers failing. And I know from my experience with Mr. Bradbury, you know, these things would not be on the table if they were not needed.
Right.
So I will support everything on here, and I want to thank you for your presentations.
Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you, Chairman Vitro, through you to Dr. Cataya. Thank you for being here today and being able to walk us through this a bit. I just had a couple of questions, and if you mentioned some of this already, forgive me because we're at that point in the night, but did you indicate where in each of the schools the facility would be located? You've identified a location?
Well, we
going
would,
forward.
upon approval, need to work with architect design to see where this would be best suited.
Within the existing building?
Yes, sir.
And do you think there is I know you had mentioned if these arenas were built, there's opportunity for allowing other schools, other groups to rent or maybe turn this into a revenue source, which I think is actually a really positive component to this, to the extent it could perhaps perpetuate itself, deal with some of those equipment issues we're talking about, or have some, I don't know where the money would go exactly or how much there would be, but certainly anything that has a mechanism by which it can support itself is welcome. Is there also some crossover in the regular curriculum or the computer labs or otherwise, whereas this may at some point take expense away from another category or add to the ability of the school to increase its curriculum?
So a couple things. Thank you for your questions, through you, Chair. I had this silly thought as I was thinking about this meeting. Wasn't Milford once like the high-lie capital of the state? Do I have that factoid correct? And, right, it was, so there aren't many towns in Connecticut and that have arenas, right? So why not be an esports hub? I've been talking to Mark, and he uses the Milford could be creating itself as the hub for some esports, and that wouldn't be a bad thing, Mayor. Not to put you on the spot, but so I really think that there's a possibility to bring a spotlight on the city as well. And that bodes well for being a forward-thinking community that understands that this is a reality and a future. And it's like investing, and I hear Alderman Jenkins about startup costs and the struggle. I really appreciate those comments, actually. I just don't know how to talk to our esports athletes when I'm spending millions of dollars on other sports, right? And I know that would be my job to talk to teenagers about that. We could do that, but I guess we saw it bigger than just putting in a couple of arenas for at these athletes. We saw it as part of the curriculum, like as a part of our school, like it becomes part of our culture, and that we're going to be creating these other electives that could possibly offset some other electives, so there could be an offset there. And there could be also a dual use of that technology, so we could use that for coding, let's say. We could use that for some of our AV classes. We could use that for and I'm just talking off the top of my head at 1:15 in the morning. So I do believe that there could be dual uses for the future. And I also think that there's just this great opportunity for the city of Milford, so.
Thank you, I appreciate those answers.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Superintendent. Thank you for being here this late, and thanks for the presentation. Something new, something different. As Alderman Healy had indicated, the fact that, I don't know where he was going with that, but where there were startup sports, it wasn't on the Board of Education. It wasn't on the city to fund it or the Board of Education to fund it, because it was something new. It was a club sport. It was being initiated and that kind of thing. The parallel of when I vision an arena, I look at an arena like this, something like this. This will not increase the footprint of the building,
We don't anticipate it, no.
so it'll be a couple of classrooms or one classroom, or however it's internally figured out.
Well, the non-architects in my office have been talking about knocking down a wall in a classroom and maybe using two, so.
Right, so it's a combination of committing that, right now, the kids are competing.
Yes. Well, they're in off-season, right? Oh, okay, sorry.
So if they're competing, is it after school?
Yes.
So it's an after-school,
It's a sport. It is a team.
so it's after-school activity?
Just
that-
like football, just like baseball.
Right, so
just
I
like
thought
that.
it was, okay. So are there any other districts at all in the state that might have a model of this?
There are districts in the state of Connecticut with, I think I said 40.
40
There are
districts?
40 high schools in Connecticut with a team.
40, wow.
40.
So that, I'm surprised that, okay. I was just, so those were my questions where when sports began, it wasn't on the financial burden of the school system, nor was it on the board of, the city to fund it. So, having said that, was there an attempt to cover the prices, to cover that $1 million with outside activity, with outside parents? If we have 50, I think it said 53, 54 students that were involved.
No, I through you, Chair. I think I've already answered that question.
There was none that they got together, but why wasn't there to the point where if it's that kind of startup and that kind of activity that was gaining traction, why do we dive into this? It's almost like an all or nothing at all.
I don't know if there's a question in there because I've already answered the same one. So I'll restate my answer. We wanted to treat this sport like we do all other sports. And we may disagree on how to do this and when to do it. I don't know what the magic timeline is. Do you wait 2 years, 4 years, 5 years? Nonetheless, we wanted to treat this as a legitimate sport and therefore go through a regular process for asking for funding. That's the reason why we chose this route.
Okay, and it obviously will have its pros and cons with the idea of startup and the money that's involved with future expenses and what the burden of the financial pieces at this particular point in time.
Well, whether we build an arena or not, every sports team will have future costs. So whether we build the arena, we'll still have to replace the computers that Alderman Jenkins was talking about. The team is in place, it's competing, it's being successful. So those recurring costs are now part of our operating budget because it is a sports team. Just like when we took on hockey, it's a sports team. That's a recurring cost.
Look, on that hockey, it wasn't initially, it was a club sport where it wasn't financed by either boards.
You mean the facility or the full
Team,
funding?
School fund, the funding. It had indicated.
It was a high school sanctioned, it wasn't a club sport, and it's not a club sport now. So they compete at the high school level. That's how it was structured. And we did go out and solicit to augment what we were trying to achieve. We didn't want to wait the timeline that it was going to be necessary for it to be, funded, and we took that, initiative. You can do that. You could do that here also in conjunction with this to help, grow the sport. And this is, as Dr. Katai has indicated, can be revenue generating if we put the money into this and then we're holding competitive things and you're charging fees. You have other departments, the recreation department and others, that charge a fee, and then that money goes into the 76 fund for a whole host of different departments that half of the city departments have it. So they're collecting revenue, they're collecting fees, and those revenues are then used for other things within, could be the Board of Education, just like the police department does, the rec department does, that type of an example. Thanks.
Alderman Healy, when you want to speak, you want to raise your hand and get recognized first, please? Alderman Lorennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Dr. Kataya. So Dr. Kataya, when I was looking into this, and I agree with you, I think it's exciting for Milford to be a forerunner in this environment. But when I went on the CIAC website, I also saw a link for middle school. And we've talked about career pathways for middle school from 6 to 12. So I was wondering if, I'm sorry, I've forgotten your first name, but if you had any information about middle schools that might be involved in this, and if this was something that we might even consider offering to our middle schoolers in terms of it being a sport.
Are you inviting Mr. Kilpatrick up, or would you? Yeah, okay.
Yes, hello again. Yes, so there is also sanctioned middle school esports, various leagues and connectors into the space. So yes, there would be an opportunity to let the middle schoolers come up, leverage these facilities, or to take a similar pathway with them and kind of build that space out in those schools as well over time.
And you already do some work with the middle schools through the rec department, right?
We do, yeah.
So Affinity Sports has offered through our rec department experiences for our middle schools already, just as a rec department. We are solely focused on high school right now. We have some work to do in the middle school for career pathways, but certainly would likely marry some of this gaming world, tech ed-ish kind of thing into the middle school. So that would be future growth.
Alderman Jenkins.
I think when we start to talk about middle school and career pathways, we're either talking about a sport or we're talking about curriculum. I mean, we can't, we've been comparing this to all the other athletic programs. So, you know, is football a pathway career-wise? Is hockey a pathway career-wise? So when we go down to the middle school, they're not CIAC sanctioned and functions. The CIAC deals with high school, not at the middle school level. So again, I think this is a worthwhile program to look into, but timing is everything. And I don't think that the expense of 2 arenas at this time. I would like to make a motion that we pull this portion, make an amendment to pull this portion out, because we don't want to hold up HVAC and roofs, and re-examine this after the school has had the opportunity to look at donors, look at corporations that might be interested in getting this started the way that Alderman Healy was able to do with hockey. I'm not saying it's not a program that's worthwhile. I'm saying they're still able to compete. It's not stopping their ability to compete. But let's explore some other options for funding and not have this hold up the current ordinance. So I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to pull this aspect out. And I believe based on our further conversation to our city attorney, that would not cause this to be kicked back, correct?
Mr. Chair, through you, your motion to amend is?
To remove the esports from this ordinance.
Again, removal is fine, doesn't change the scope. So it would not require the mayor to send back the other portions to the Board of Finance and come before you. I believe there's sufficient notice in the ordinance if that is the board's.
And this could come back in another year after we've examined other financial sources. But
Or
my
another
amendment
month.
would be to pull this out of this ordinance in order to move forward with the other pieces.
Second.
Alderman Jenkins, you want to repeat that amendment, please, so everybody can hear it?
I'd like to make an amendment to the ordinance to pull the esports section out from consideration.
You have a motion, an amendment and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion on it?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Alderman Federico.
through you to Dr. Kutai, I have a question. From the way you've described it, currently the team uses classroom space and there's some shuffling around so they can only, utilize that space during after-school hours. I get the sense that the arena would allow you to then bring it into the curriculum and make it a college and career pathway. Am I following that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. So now it's more than just a sport, and that's what I was saying earlier, right? It's a unique kind of niche space that it's a sport and a college and career pathway.
Right, so when, through you, Mr. Chair, when we were talking about the opportunities for careers, I also talked about our desire to start building a career pathway along with this, because there are other opportunities for work in the area of esports. So while this arena will support our competitive teams, we'll have an opportunity to also use it to build other aspects of the career pathway, albeit that will come with time, and by the time this arena is built, it'll be a couple of years, so.
We have an amendment on the floor and a second. Is there any more discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archiola?
No.
Alderman Beatty?
No.
Alderman Bevan?
Yes.
Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
No.
Alderman Fowler?
Yes.
Alderman Healy? Alderman Jenkins?
Yes.
Alderman Marlowe?
Yes.
Alderman Mulrennan? Alderman Pacelli?
No.
Alderman Smith?
Yes.
Alderman Vitro?
No.
Alderman Vitale? Alderman Willis? 8 no, 7 yes.
I'm sorry.
8 no, 7 yes.
Thank you. 8 noes, 7 yes. Motion, the amendment does not pass. Any more discussion on the original motion? Alderman Beatty.
I know. Holy goodness, it's 1:30 in the morning, but there was one comment I wanted to make that hasn't been made, at least not explicitly. It's away from the sports issue and more away career preparation. We're concerned about the mental health of our students. We don't know the state of federal funding and grants. I'm involved with 2 boards in this town who are concerned right now about will they have social workers, et cetera. And I think the compelling testimony by the 2 gentlemen here, and Julie Nash first, about how kids who are marginalized can find a way here, plus a career path. And I spent most of my adult life involved with youth camping. And it was the type of camping, Boy Scout, scouting camp, that took kids who weren't the jocks, who weren't the most popular, who weren't the best athletes, maybe not the greatest students, and they found a niche, and really it transformed lives. And kids had leadership, and they were popular, and they had nicknames in an area that they wouldn't have when they went back to the general high school. And I think that that wasn't called mental health, but that should be. Sorry, 1:30 in the morning.
I'm going to vote to call the question. I'm going to make a motion to call the question.
Alderman Archiola.
Yes, hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I'd like to make a motion to call the question. I have to be up in 4.5 hours.
Second.
Just call the question. You don't even need a motion. Procedure.
All in favor? Move the question, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We'll move the question. All right. Now we're going to vote on the original motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archiola,
Yes.
Alderman Beatty,
Yes.
Alderman Bevan,
No.
Alderman Casey,
No.
Alderman Federico,
Yes.
Alderman Fowler,
No.
Alderman Healy, Alderman Jenkins,
No.
Alderman Marlowe,
No.
Alderman Mulrennan, Alderman Pacelli, Alderman Smith,
No.
Alderman Vitro,
Yes.
Alderman Vitale, Alderman Willis. 8 yes, 7 no.
8 yes, the vote is 8 yes, 7 no. The motion passes. Now we're going to go back to the cash advances. Alderman Pacelli, 8D.
Agenda item 8D, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for the attached resolution regarding cash advance for design and construction of sanitary sewers and wastewater facilities 2025.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archiola,
Yes.
Alderman Beatty,
Yes.
Alderman Bevan,
Yes.
Alderman Casey,
Yes.
Alderman Federico,
Yes.
Alderman Fowler,
Yes.
Alderman Healy, Alderman Jenkins,
Yes.
Alderman Marlowe,
Yes.
Alderman Mulrennan, Alderman Pacelli,
Yes.
Alderman Smith, Alderman Vitro,
Yes.
Alderman Vitale, Alderman Willis. 13 yeses, 1 no.
13 yeses, 1 no. The motion passes. Alderman Pacelli.
Agenda item 8E, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for the attached resolution regarding cash advance for various public improvements 2025.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archiola,
Yep.
Alderman Beatty,
Yes.
Alderman Bevan,
Yes.
Alderman Casey,
Yes.
Alderman Federico,
Yes.
Alderman Fowler,
No.
Alderman Healy, Alderman Jenkins,
Yes.
Alderman Marlowe,
Yes.
Alderman Mulrennan, Alderman Pacelli, Alderman Smith,
No.
Alderman Vitro,
Yes.
Alderman Vitale, Alderman Willis. I can't even do math anymore. I can't count. Thank you. 13 yes, 2 no. I can't count anymore. I'm sorry.
13 yeses, 2 no. The motion passes. Alderman Pacelli.
Agenda item 8F, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for the attached resolution regarding cash advance for various school improvements 2025.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Archiola,
Aye.
Alderman Beatty,
Yes.
Alderman Bevan,
No.
Alderman Casey,
No.
Alderman Federico,
Yes.
Alderman Fowler,
Nope.
Alderman Healy, Alderman Jenkins,
No.
Alderman Marlowe,
No.
Alderman Mulrennan, Alderman Pacelli, Alderman Smith,
No.
Alderman Vitro,
Yes.
Alderman Vitale, Alderman Willis. Alderman Willis? 8 yes, 7 no.
Vote was 8 yes, 7 no. Motion passes. Alderman Pacelli, agenda item number, 9. New business not on the agenda. There is no new business. Agenda item number 10, Alderman Pacelli.
Agenda item 10A, consideration of budget memo transfers number 1 and number 2, Fund 1005 and 2812, fiscal year 2025.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. On the refunds, agenda item number 11, Alderman Pacelli.
Agenda item 11A, consideration of refunds in the amount of $77,873.95.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Is there any more standing committee reports? Hearing none, move on to reports of any special committees, any special committee reports. Seeing none, entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Opposed? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
I should just sleep in my office.